Hello everybody. Gonna do some more roguelike development today. We left off. Let me show you basically where we left off. I've made a few improvements since last stream. Offline, I fixed the font rendering issue. There's no more like random underlines in the world. That ended up being a lot more work than I expected. There was another bug where, so right now where this Lich Chimera is at 0 HP, it's gone. It's like totally gone. So it used to be that I had to move one more time. Like it was still there and I couldn't path where it had been. The game was holding on to it for longer than it should have, and that was kind of an interesting bug to fix. Let me show you why that was happening. So up here, let's see. So these are the systems we run, right? So we do our map indexing, then we do things that are related to visibility, then we have the monsters move or attack, then we, well, I guess the monster AI is just movement. Then we deal with the melee system, then we apply damage, and now once the damage is applied, it could be that things are unblocked, like paths are unblocked because monsters are dead. So I need to run this delete the dead system, and then there's a problem where we need to re-index the map, basically. And it might seem weird that we need to re-index the map when the very next time we run any systems, we're going to index the map. But the problem was we have this other thing called player input, which is basically a system. It's not the way we've modeled it in this following this tutorial, but that's basically what it is, right? And so player input was using an out-of-date index, basically. And then I wasn't sure, probably none of this stuff depends on it, but I was like, the easiest fix is to just run the map indexing again. Now, I think in a more realistic game, you'd want to use a feature of specs that allows you to monitor updates to certain entity types, and then run a system on demand, like process those entities that have changed. And I think that's what you'd want to do in general. But I'm trying not to deviate from the tutorial too much. Like I just kind of, at this point, I just want to like finish up the tutorial. It's been a great intro to this library. There's definitely some things I might change. One of those things that I might change, let me just see here. So I used, there's a library called Rust Type, and I used that to make my own tile map, which I'm looking for here off screen, just so I can show you. That's the wrong directory. Yeah, it was. Okay, so this JPEG here is the original resource that came with this library. And I believe, oh no, that's my current one. But at one point I scaled up, let me show you here. So this is the original 8x8 tile set. This is a 16x16 scaled up tile set that I made myself in an image editing program. And this one turned out to have like artifacts basically that weren't so good. So then I went and made this 16x16 tile set, and it tends to look really good right here. I don't know that it looks quite as good in the game. You can also, if you zoom in, you can tell that some of the glyphs are missing. Those ones are missing, that one's missing. I'm not too worried about that. It mostly fixed the rendering issue that I cared about though. I think there might be some bugs in the way I write this out, because I don't know why there's this underline under some of these symbols. Maybe that's supposed to be there, maybe it's not. I don't think it's supposed to be there. I think when pixels were out of range, because like some glyphs draw kind of big, and when that happened to me, what I ended up doing was clamping whatever pixel they were trying to draw, and I think that's the wrong logic. I think I need to discard those pixels when they're out of bounds. But anyway, I also tweaked some of my audio stuff. I don't know if the audio is any better today. Like, I just hit the mic, so it probably sounded bad. But, like, you can probably hear this really well. It's like me moving something on my desk that's hard. But the main thing I was changing audio-wise is my headset died. The one I was using last time. Like, one of the wires came loose or something. So I'm using different headphones. And I've got the mic in a different place. I don't think it shows up on camera. Yeah. It's maybe a little too... I think I've got the gain a little too high. I think I maybe... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an audio engineer. I would like a better audio setup, but I don't really know how to get there necessarily. So where did we leave off? So letting the player hit things. We did that. Player attacking and killing things. Wants to melee and suffer damage. We've done those things. This is kind of a good refresher, right? We'll need to make a melee combat system to handle melee. Fair enough. How else are you gonna deal with melee? Okay, we also add a method to clean up dead entities. Yep. And it says this is called from our tick command after the system's run. Yeah, which is where I put it, and it was a little bit problematic. Letting the monsters hit you back. Okay. So I think this is new. I don't think we've done this yet. Since we've already written systems to handle attacking and damaging, it's relatively easy to use the same code with monsters. Just add a once to melee component, and they can attack, kill the player. We'll start off by making the player entity into a game resource so that it can be easily referenced. Cool. And since entity IDs are stable, we can rely on it existing. Very nice. We change create entity for the player to return the entity object. I don't think I have a create entity. Oh, never mind. I see. Yeah, of course I do, because every entity is created with create entity. Oh, I've already done that to do. So also to get my fonts to load, I had to add this function. I think in general this size here should just be a parameter, but I followed the same template as the code elsewhere in this library to just put it in the name. But yeah, in general I think it should just be parameters. But that allowed me to load my my 16 by 16. Okay. So what's the author saying here? Like and since entity IDs are stable, okay, we change the create entity for the player to return the entity object. Oh, I see. Yep. And hopefully the music balance is pretty good. I've got it turned down pretty low relative to my voice. I hope. Okay, create entity with position, blah blah blah. Renderable. Looks like all of this is staying the same. gs.ecs.insert player entity. Boom. I don't know that we really need to put the player's position in anymore. Maybe we do. I don't know. This part seems a little weird to me. So we use it right here. Seems like we should probably remove that eventually. Now what? Now we modify monster AI system. Okay. Oh. Here's our monster AI. I think we want to read expect of whatever the player struct is, right? Wait a second. So we have write expect map, read expect point. Now we have a read expect entity. That seems new. And we also have all these entities. We've got read storage view shed, read or write storage view shed, read storage monster. We don't have this name anymore. Okay. And then write storage position and a write storage melee. Let me double check that. Okay, so write expect map, read expect point, read expect entities, write storage view shed, read storage monster, write storage position, and write storage wants to melee. Seems like a lot of stuff, but hey, who knows? We might use it all. So when we say, when we unpack it to map, player position, player entity. Okay, so map, player position, player entity, entities, map view shed, monster. It's a long list of stuff. Map position. Oh no, I missed one. Entities, map view shed, monster, map position, and mutt wants to melee. That's a lot of stuff. These long lines are kind of challenging for this format. Okay, so we've got entity, view shed, monster, position. So then over here we need entities, view shed, monster, and then map position. Okay. I don't know. We changed the spelling. We didn't like the shorter spelling, I guess. The distance is still this. Pythagoras distance to the point, new x, new y, and the player position. If the distance is close enough, we now say wants to melee dot insert entity to melee. What do we expect in here? Unable to insert attack. Unable to insert attack. Okay, else if view shed visible tiles contains the player position, path to the player to an A-star search, not all looks like it stayed the same. If path success and steps length is greater than 1, okay. Oh, this is new stuff. Let mut index equal map xy idx position.x position.y map dot block idx equals false. So what's that doing? We mark our current position as no longer blocking. See, this is a place, maybe this is the right way to handle it in this particular case, but this is a thing where you really want a system that's paying attention to updates to all the things that can block paths, and whenever they move, it rebuilds the index, the map indexing data structure. Okay, so then we take our step, and then what's this? And then we're gonna compute a new index and change the blocking information. So we gotta update that data structure. And then the view shed is dirty and we're done. Okay. So it says we can crash the game if we run it now. So let's crash the game. Yeah, that console log is no bueno anymore. A local variable with a similar name exists. Player entity. Too many T's. Right there. Hey Luke. How's it going? I fixed some things since I streamed this last. So notice that the font output looks a lot much better. Much better? Looks a lot better? I don't know. Anyway. Monster's gonna attack me now. I won that fight. And I can walk through where monsters were the round that I killed them now, because that's another thing I fixed. So what I'm trying to do here, so in this printout over here, stats HP equals 10, that's my HP. Stats HP equals 0 is the enemy HP. It's going alright, but I should get ready for sleep. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So the tutorial says that the game should crash when we run out of health. I don't really feel like it crashed so much as it just deleted my character. Hey Olive. I don't know if you can tell. Maybe you can see Olive a little bit on the camera. It's definitely easier to see now. Okay, yeah, that's good. The 8x8 was not a great font. And what I did was there's a library called RustType that can load a font and give you like a bitmap for each glyph. And I basically like tried to make my own font atlas, like my own tile set, like this game library gives you. And it was a little bit harder than I expected it to be, in part because I picked a font that wasn't necessarily good for it. Like there was a lot of variability in the size of the glyphs of the font I picked. And so I had to write a bunch of tedious logic to try to get it to like be smart about picking a scale for each glyph. Because I kind of want the glyphs to fill up a 16x16 region unless there's like a big and a small version of the glyph, and then I want to use the scale that works for the big version on the small version. And so that was the tricky thing that I had to figure out. So for capitals and lowercase letters, I had to do something special. But I'm reasonably pleased with the result. Like I think the Octothorpe symbol could be a little bit bigger, would help a little bit, but it's not a big deal. Cats like their butt scratches. It's just turned into an ASMR stream. I don't actually know if I played around with the microphone gain. I don't know if it helped the audio or made it worse. I'll have to listen to the VOD back, but do you want to stick with the traditional glyphs? Not long term, actually. I really just wanted something to look a little bit better for this tutorial. But I think long term, nah. I think I'd rather use tile art. And there's good, like, you can get good placeholder art these days for free. Like, people are just like, they just enjoy making placeholder art for people. And you can just get, like, free tile sets that are, you can just use them in whatever. And so I'd probably do that. And then at some point I would, like, if I were making a game, like I was going to sell it, at some point I would pay an artist. But we're just getting something going, placeholder art is, like that free art is perfect. The biggest problem with it is that it's not thematic, right? So like it's not custom. And it like kind of shows if you actually go to use it. Alright, it says we need to change delete the dead. What the heck do we need to change about delete the dead? So in his new version, box characters are decent. So are C64 glyphs if you find a font to do that. What do you mean by box characters? Like, is that a particular font? I'm using a font called Code. It's actually the same font that I'm using in Emacs. Which you can tell, like, the bracket characters are, like, really tall in this font. And that was part of what was challenging. Because, let me see if I can bring up the font atlas I made again. Where did that go? Here. I just got, like, a directory full of all these Git repos that it's a little hard to navigate after a while. Whoa, it's a Tubes raid! Your game graphics keep getting worse and worse, dude. Oh, thank you, Jenny, I guess. Box drawing character. Oh, yeah, those are in this font, Luke. So this is my current glyph set, right? And these are the box drawing characters, Luke. And I think because I scaled things kind of arbitrarily, they probably don't fit together right now. I think I would have to like uniformly scale them all, which I didn't do. But I think I know what you're getting at. You're basically saying that like using block characters instead of Octothorpe would look better, I think is what you're saying. Jenny was super excited to see coding. Coding! This was the last time you were playing Gnome Quest or whatever. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Luke. And that would be, like, long term, if I were going with the terminal font, that would be the right thing to do. Yeah. So, this is the game we're working on, Jenny. So, the @ symbol is the player. These dots are open floor tiles. The Octothorpes are the walls. Things are green because we can currently see it. See, these ones turned gray. That means we remember where they are, but we can't currently see them. And then over here, we haven't implemented it yet, so to see what's going on, you have to read the terminal spam. So this Lich Chimera number 9, he butts us. We don't have a good name yet, we're just called player. He butts us for 2 HP, so we attack him back. So player butts the Lich Chimera for 4 HP. Yeah, Octothorpe. Yeah, that's that symbol. You might know it by some other name because it's got a lot of names. So we can like explore the map, move around. So that's the game so far. And it's also weasel stomping time. Combat stats, storage. We gotta change this bit of the code now. Did the music end, or is this just a quiet song? Oh. Yeah. Maybe the song will get louder. It's a good song. Where's Red? Yeah, it's the attacks are inspired by Buttspot. Let's see. So if stats HP go below 1, let player equal players.get entity. Got it. And then we match on the player. And I was going to give crap about leaving the E off Octothorpe, but apparently that's an acceptable alternative spelling. Luke is the spelling police, apparently. So I did look ahead in the tutorial. So I kept being bothered by the tutorial thing using the terminal to output messages, and I was like annoyed by that. And I read ahead in the tutorial, and it turns out that gets fixed eventually. That one of the later stages in the tutorial is actually to have like a part of the screen that's actually the thing. So feeling much better about that now. You and all your friends are dead. That's what Friday the 13th said, right? When you die in that game, when you game over, it says you and all of your friends are dead. I believe that's what it says. Victim and dead. Delete victim. Oh. Hello, Olive. Only when it comes to things that are important to me. Octothorpe is very important to Luke. Well, it took me 2 minutes to realize it's pajama, not pajama. Feels dumb. Yeah, I know. Like, words are hard, especially in English. Like, English has a lot of things going on. Also, Tubes, I didn't get a chance to ask, what were you streaming tonight? Was it Mega Man? And how did your stream go? I don't know if you're still here. Maybe you rushed off to bed or something. Can you guys hear Olive on the mic? She's purring up a storm. You're dead, your friends are dead, your dog is dead, your parents are dead, your house is set on fire. I don't know how well you can see, but she has, like, she loves to put the top of her head against my chin. If he's not here, it was Mega Man 2 and then 3. Oh! So unlike Squid, I actually like Mega Man 3. So I think that was a good choice of games. 2 and 3 are great. I think 3 is too difficult. I think the dock stages, they just weren't thinking, and they just made them too hard. But I think otherwise that game is very fun. It's the beard. I think cats like beards. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, I don't know how well you can see this, but she's like nuzzled the top of her head up against my chin. And I'm scratching her back. Okay, kitty. Can I get back to programming? Can I? Can I please? She says no. She's a very sweet kitty. And one thing I really like about Olive is if she wants like kitty cuddles, she just comes and finds you and just appears. She's just like, it's time. I need cuddles from my human. That's the perfect emote. What is that? Oh man. Yeah, that is a great cat butt. I bet Red doesn't have that one. Kitty, what do you... So I have this great chair. Well, I think it's a great chair. But it's like shaped like a plus sign. I don't know if you can see it on camera. Yeah, it's a little short. So this chair, and I almost set that on my toes. It's a great chair, but the cats try to stand on the back of it, and since it's shaped like a plus sign, it doesn't work so well for them. Okay, so now the game should say something totally different when we die. Let's find out what it says. Death is inevitable in this game, by the way. So there's no healing or anything. No healing, no dodging, no blocking. So after you fight a certain number of enemies, you're dead. So 10 HP. The next fight or the one after it will kill us? Alright. You and all your friends are dead. Perfect. I butt thee. I butt thee. I butt thee. You and all your friends are dead. It doesn't seem to be working real well. We're just staying real dead. Huh. That's not a chair, Daggett. That's a part of a chair. Your chair confuses me. Oh man, I love this chair so much though. It's so much better than my old chair. We'll worry about ending the game later, in a later chapter. Okay, cool. Okay, so I think that's about as far as we were supposed to make it with that edit. Anyway. Okay. Expanding the turn system. Alright. If you look closely, you'll see that enemies can fight back even after they've taken fatal damage. While that fits some Shakespearean dramas, they really should give a speech. It's not the kind of tactical play that roguelikes encourage. The problem is that our game state is just running and paused, and we aren't even running the systems when the player acts. Additionally, systems don't know what phase we are in, so you can't... Oh, let's place run state with something more descriptive. Okay. Okay, so here's our run state. And I'm going to put this on multiple lines because I think it's kind of jank to have it all on one line. Okay, so now we can have awaiting input. That's probably the default state. What's a pre-run? It must be before the systems are run. And then we've got a player turn and a monster turn. Cool. If you're running Visual Studio Code, which I'm not, with RLS, which I'm not using, half your project just turned red. That's okay, we'll refactor one step at a time. We're going to remove the run state altogether from the main gate, from the game state. Game state. I don't know why I need to search for that, because it's right here. I still don't... This seems to be a typo, this pub systems dispatcher. This is from like an old version of his tutorial, and he hasn't updated it yet. It's kind of unfortunate. I keep forgetting to send him like pull requests. This makes even more red appear. Oh, that's okay. Wait, that makes red appear? Where's red? We're doing this because we're going to make the run state into a resource. Neat. Okay, so let's go to main. Right, so down here, so we've registered all those things. Let's say gs.ecs.insert run state pre-run. Now start refactoring tick. This is tick. Okay. Our tick function looks like this. My tick function... Oh, our new one. I was going to say, my tick function doesn't look like this. Looks under non-confusing chair for red. That's right. Did you find him? Asking for a friend. New run state. This is weird. Why do we make... Well, whatever. Let run state equal self, ECS, fetch, run state. New run state equals run state. Okay. And then we say match new run state. Got our pre-run. Self.run systems. Okay. New run state equals run state awaiting input. I see. So when we're in a I think I know what's going on. So every simulation tick, we will start out in this pre-run state, and then we know, okay, since we're pre-run, we know we should run the systems, and then that means we're awaiting input. So that means we're going to look for input from the player. Maybe not every time we'll be in pre-run. Maybe that's just the very first time we run. If we're waiting for input, then we go get that input. And if it's the player's turn, this is what we'll say self.run systems. And then it'll become the monster's turn. I'm not totally sure I like this way of splitting it up so much, but let's see where it goes. Right, so we have a little state machine now. So we start out in pre-run state, and then pre-run puts us in awaiting, and then we would like go back into another tick, and then awaiting will put us in. Oh, interesting. It's not clear to me what state awaiting input puts us in. Okay, that's fine though. And at some point, it'll be the player's turn. And so we'll run our systems, and then it'll become the monster's turn. And then on the monster's turn, we'll run our systems, and then we'll be back to waiting for input. So, does that mean... It feels like it means it takes a few ticks to get through the game state, but these ticks happen pretty fast. Laying on your laundry doesn't magically put it away? That sucks. You should get better laundry, Jenny. Why isn't your laundry why doesn't that work with your laundry? Hey, but I bet it's warm, which is probably nice. Looked like it was pretty cold up there today. It was pretty, I mean, I shouldn't tell you it was pretty cold here today because your day was much colder, but it was down in the 40s today, which is pretty close to 0, I guess, because 32 would be 0. I don't know. You guys have that funky system of throws laundry away. Yeah, exactly. Time for new laundry. Okay, what do we do here? So we... Wait. So at the top of this we fetched the run state and did a thing with it. But down here we asked for a write version of it. Oh, okay, I see. So we mutated the run state, and now we have to store it back. It was -9C with the wind chill. Ugh. Which is crap degree. Yeah. Ugh. They're the same at -40. Oh, my thing isn't quite structured that way. Delete the dead. So my delete the dead happens as an automatic part of run systems. So I wonder, should I try changing that? Like, what if I structure my code more like his? But with these new changes. That'll be cool. Okay, so we delete the dead. We don't need this stuff anymore. So we draw the map, we let the positions, read those, renderables. Okay. Notice how we have a state machine going with a pre-run phase for starting the game. It's much cleaner and quite obvious what's going on. There's a bit of scope magic in use, yeah. Keep the borrow checker happy. If you declare and use a variable... Oh, yeah. Okay, I knew that. In players, we replace paused with awaiting input and running with player turn. Sorry, Towels. Either you figure out how to put yourselves away or wait until tomorrow. So we need to find paused. And this becomes awaiting input. And this becomes player turn, I think he said. Yep. Let's look for, okay. Oh no, wait, it wasn't called player turn, it was called running. Oh, that line just goes away. Okay. Game might even build and run again. Ha, nope. So line 48. Mustache curl count 5. Yeah. It's like my nervous tick is to just be like, oh, what's going on? You know it gets really bad when you start seeing me like tug at it like this. That means I'm really thinking hard. Okay, what was our error message though? Move occurs because value has type run state, which does not implement the copy trait. Did I typo that line? Did I make my struct wrong? Ah, I made my struct wrong. We got a partial EQ, we got our copy and our clone. It's just a pretty cheap enum, so. Hey. Bam. Yep. Oh, we're dead. And now the game freaks out. And just keeps telling us we're dead. You're so dead, dude. Dude, you're dead. Should we have a run state for like game over? Feels like we should have a run state for game over. Oh yeah. Last we modify monster AI system, right? We got map point. This is the one I just modified, isn't it? It is. Read expect of run state. Let's see what thing that changed. And we say we do that, and then we say if run state is not equal to run state monster turn, return. Where did I get that from? Run state is right before entities. Cool. Gotta move the window to see how much HP we have. We have 2.8, or no, we have. I should maybe get rid of that line. Stats.hp, where is that line? Yep, just get rid of that. Don't do anything too crazy. Well, you know me. You know me. I'm a little too crazy. The player moves and things she kills die before they can respond. This was quite the chapter. We added in location, indexing, damage, and killing things. The good news is that this is the hardest part. You now have a simple dungeon bash game. It's not particularly fun, and you will die since there is no healing at all, but the basics are there. I agree. So now this is a point where I need a PowerShell window. Just a second. Alright, let's add some things that have changed. Oh, yep, our lock file changed. Is there a way to just say, I think there's a way to just say the rest of the things in this file, right? What do we want? A. So we want everything in that file because we don't really care. We changed our dependencies to be a local copy of RLTK because I have made modifications to it. It couldn't load PNGs before, so I changed that. What is all this stuff? So, yeah, that all seems stuff to keep. Oh yeah, I think everything in this file. So that was A, right? Resources, terminal, JPEG, yep. Don't actually need to save that file, but whatever. Finished section. Is it a section or a chapter? 1.6. 1.6. Cool. Great. Where's the next button? User interface. Aw, yeah. I've been waiting for this chapter. Start off by going to maps. Or map.rs. Oh, I don't have a map.rs. I kind of regret not splitting my thing up, but whatever. So we have this map width. Did I call it that? I called it something else. I should maybe rename it though. Okay, renamed those. They made them U-size. I don't know. U-size makes a lot of sense, but the reason I changed them to I32s was because I kept having issues with type conversion. Like everywhere I needed them, they needed to be I32, so why not just make them I32s, not 232s. Okay, then we'll go through and change every reference to 80 by 50 to map count, okay, and references to the map size to use the constants, okay. When this is done and running, we'll change the map height to 43. Okay, so is there anywhere where I use the product of the two? I mean, there must be. Oops. Yeah, I think it was in the map. Like a map type. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, I just automatically multiply those together. We'll change. Okay, cool. So let's check and see cargo check. Let's see that this builds. I haven't used cargo check in a while, so it's got to rebuild everything. But the whole point of check is that those builds are fast. So let's just take a second. The way it ends up looking is pretty cool. We'll end up with this little section down here at the bottom of the screen that is our like our HP is going to go down here, and also a log of what's happening is going to go down there. Okay, so we had a few errors after all. Okay, line 378. How did I miss that one? No, that looks right to me. What's the problem? Oh, I didn't save my buffer. That explains a lot. Oh, 455. 455. I bet my keyboard is super loud on this mic. I don't really know how to fix that, to be honest. Never used map count. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need map count the way I did things. So let's just get rid of that for now. And then we're supposed to change height to 43. It's not very loud. Okay, that's good. Is the music okay? Like, can you even hear the music? This song is super quiet. Because what song is this? This is a Skyrim song that's just quiet and atmospheric. Okay, so... no music? Oh, okay. Yeah, there is technically music, but I imagine it's like almost completely silent. Oh, wait. Maybe you can hear it now. It's just the song's super quiet. Yeah, I was looking in OBS, and OBS isn't even picking up the sound, so the music is playing, but I don't know. I would need like maybe I need to use like a compressor for that. Anyway, let's get back to the game here. Also, hello Walrus. I don't think I said hi. Draw UI. I think last time I tried to create a separate file, it ended up being a bit of a pain, but let's try it anyway. This might all end up going back in main. Pub fun. Draw UI. ECS. World. Context is RLTK. Let's draw a box. Boy, gotta love these hard-coded constants. That's like, why do we do that to ourselves? LTK white. RGB named RLTK black. Mod GUI to the import block. Does that work in the current version of Rust? I forget how some of that stuff works. It's named. Yeah, it's a typo. Consider prefixing. Yep, that's fine. And that's fine. And at the end of tick, let's call that thing. GUI draw UI self.ecs context. Okay. Oh no, we panicked. Attempt to subtract with overflow. Rust backtrace equals 1. Alright, let's find out where that was crashing. So main on 749. 749. Okay, that's not a helpful spot to see the error message. Let's check. So probably it's a pretty deep stack trace here. Panicking, panicking, panicking. Simple console. GUI helpers. Draw box. That's probably where we need to be looking. Draw UI, line 5. So this line here, this line is bad. Oh. I think I know the problem. So this... yeah. This still needs to be 50, right? We really need to define a constant that represent... yeah, I need to put parens around that. We need to define a constant that represents the size of the GUI window. I think I know. Wait, do I know where that one is? Okay, 89. Okay, if I comment that out for a second. Okay, that's fine. So if I make this 50, what happens here? I think I may have misunderstood the instructions a little bit. So, yeah, this is what I was saying, Luke, how I didn't create the glyph set exactly right for this purpose. I was a little too focused on individual glyph readability, but like this corner here is not connecting with this line. I kind of know how to fix that, but I don't want to right now. We'll just have ugly boxes for now. Okay. So did I misunderstand something about what the author was saying? When this is done and running, we'll change the map height to 43 to give us room at the bottom of the screen. Like, kinda makes sense and kinda doesn't. No worse than flat design? What is flat design? Do I know what flat design is? You mean like apartments? Apartments are flats, right? In some regions. Map. So, I'm not sure how I'd fix this. Because this... The trending... oh, yes. Where they, like, the containers around things are just not rendered. And then, like, the other thing that drives me crazy is, like, how small these bars on the sides of things have gotten. Because a lot of times I do need to click on them and move them around, but they're designed for you to use either a touchpad or a scroll wheel. And it makes me crazy because it's not always, like, ergonomic to use the scroll wheel. But whatever. UIs these days are not, they're meant to look good, not meant for ergonomics. So I somewhere I got my math all goofed up for this thing, because I still want this thing to take... oh, I shouldn't have that +7 there. I should have deleted that. So I still want this thing to be like 80 by 50. Oh, you know what? I get it. I know what to do. So I need to define now this one can become 43 and that one becomes that, which I don't even use that constant, so it's fine, whatever. But now I need to look for my uses of width and height. So map width and height, that's right. That one should use map width. But this one should just be width. And this one should just be height. So now, and it kills me that those constants aren't in this file. This is real bad, you guys. Real bad programming practice, I mean. The scrolling thing bothers you too. Yeah, it's, I mean, how could it not bother someone? Okay, there we go. We now have the logic right. And I think if I move all the way down to the bottom of the map, I can't. Oh, no, that's actually not right. Does the author talk about that? Huh. Well, I don't like that you can move off the viewable screen. So what did we do wrong? Where is the... So we create something that is... This should be map width times map height. Apply room. Probably not the problem. Is it placing the map area lower by the size of the status area? I'm not sure I'm exactly understanding what you mean, but like the map area reaches to the top of the screen, but it also for some reason goes all the way to the bottom of the window here. Like this region here is supposed to be 43 by 80, right? And so this should be another 7 lines. But it seems like something is... Sorry for all the noise. It seems like something's not quite right there, though, with that logic. And I bet you it's one of those things where, like, if I downloaded the author's version, maybe it's only off by 1, though. Or did we just get lucky with that room, right? But sometimes if I check the author's version, I see that there's like a thing they didn't explain well, and it clarifies it. Oh yeah, see, I can totally move off the screen. So, blah. You know what, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. I'm going to keep going. Because sometimes they've explained things, or I've done something wonky. The room placement function. Well, the room placement should... Because, like, it should use the map width and height, right? So should always be... Yeah, it should always place them within the bounds of the map. And those bounds were these bounds. You should find strange artifacts in this game like polygons and pixels. Makes me think of Spider-Man Noir. I don't. What is Spider-Man Noir? This sounds like something I would like, but I'm not familiar with it. How dare you tell me about something I'm ignorant of, and then just tease me with its existence? I don't think it would be in any of these systems. Okay, so what have we done here? So we've made a screen, like the entire client area screen is the right size. And this new maps and corridors, so we made that map width by map height. And we made that 43 by 50. Oh. Actually, wait. Oh. No, this should be 80 by 43. Right? Yeah, 80 by 43. That was probably our bug right there. It's from Enter the Spider-Verse? Wait, is it? Maybe I need to watch that again. That movie's fantastic. But it's been a while since I watched it. Alright, this is a bad map for going to the bottom. For going to the bottom of the world. Let's make a new map. And maybe now we'll... He's a black and white Spider-Man and he gets a Rubik's Cube and it's... Oh! Yeah. Yeah! I remember now. That movie's so good. Like, how did they make that movie so good? When, like, so many other comic book movies these days... So, like, Squidman's not here, right? Because he'll never be my friend again if he hears me say this. But, like, I actually didn't like... I didn't really like Endgame. Is that like, can I drop the microphone? Spider-Verse. Does Spider-Man drop rhymes? I mean, so the idea is that there's like a whole multiverse out there, and like, and basically, if I say much more, I'm going to spoil the whole movie. There's a multiverse theory, and they use it in that movie. The end. Go watch it because it is a fantastic animated movie. Like, I went into it with no expectations and came out of it going, holy crap, that's got to have won awards. Like, people must like that movie. And then sure enough, it's won like a ton of awards. Yeah, the biggest grossing movie of all time now is Endgame, right? And the thing I felt watching it was like, I guess I'm not all that hardcore of like a Marvel fan. And so like there was just like characters would just pop in and pop out that I'm like, I don't know who that character is. Why should I care about that character? I don't know. And they're just like, lol, it's that character. And they're here. And I'm like, okay. Who are they? What do they do? Why do I care about them? Spider-Ham is in it? Yeah. Yeah, very few of the Spider-Men in that movie are like made up for that movie. Maybe none of them? I don't even know. Alright, what are we doing here? Oh. Oops. So combat stats, that should be combat stats. And then player, let players equal player. So because we fetched the player and their combat stats, we can render that now to the this region that we've created. I've not heard of these things. The rock I live under protects me from film knowledge. This is film knowledge worth having, though, so I'm glad we could educate you. Are you calling him a rebel, or are you giving him a directive to rebel? Or both? Maybe you're telling the rebel to rebel. I don't know. Jenny, what are these mysterious words you've used? Rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. What is that from? Is that a Muppet thing? What am I thinking of? What are these magic constants for drawing in this area? The author must have just tried different values until they found some that looked nice. And then just wrote them down that way. I want to be able to use CSS to lay this out. Can I use CSS? Actually, I was saying rubble. I was saying boo earns, which makes perfect sense in the current context. I mostly associate rabble rabble with South Park, but I'm sure it's used elsewhere. I heard some story. I don't know if it's apocryphal, but in movies and cartoons and stuff, when they need like generic sound of like an audience being upset, a lot of times the audience will be saying like rutabaga, I think is the word they'll say. They'll just have people like repeat that kind of mumbling and use that as Rebel Rebel is the ham. Oh, I recognize that name. Welcome. I assume you have a Twitch account now. And also welcome Asa Monra. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but I don't know if I can send you a follow or yeah, follow from here. Maybe can't. Thank you for the follow. I give up. Asa Monra. It's an hour old. Robble. Yeah, maybe. Who knows what I was thinking? I'll try not to use your real name, but it's probably going to take conscious effort for me. Just in case you guys haven't figured it out, I know Asa Monra IRL. RGB named RLTK red. RGB named RLTK black. Alright, so now we should have, what did we draw here? Okay, so we're going to draw the character's health. We're going to say HP, current HP, max HP, and we're going to draw that yellow and black. Then we're going to draw a horizontal bar that is red. I don't know why we're drawing a red bar, but let's find out what that's about. Oh, yeah, this error. I love it when that happens. Whoops. So we probably goofed. This is the code we edited most recently. I probably just goofed something here. So we said read storage for combat stats, then read storage for player, and then we want to do a join on players and combat stats. And then we want to use stats current and max. I want to use health. Huh. What would I have done wrong here? Because let's see. All of this code is new, right? The code was a joke and you drew a penis. You know me too well, Jenny. Okay, that worked. No, other way around. Comment that part out. So if I just do that part, it shouldn't compile, right? Oh, wow. So I don't know if you caught that, but I just tried to use a thing that's not imported. Yeah, I'm going to have to move this function back over to my gigantic main that's kind of ridiculous, unfortunately. This is because I didn't factor my code the way they did, because I said, you know, it's not a big deal to just throw everything in one file. It is kind of a big deal and kind of a dumb way to do things, but I also kind of don't want to fix it at this point since this tutorial is just like a one-off thing. But what's really interesting is when those things weren't in scope, that thing caused a looping forever error message. So why, oh, it's like, why isn't our health drawing? That's because I commented it out. Where did I put that? Right here. Now we should see it. Now we should see it. What's your plan with it when you were done with the tutorial? Well, I guess the main thing I wanted to learn, wow, that looks bad. The main thing I wanted to learn was just like how to use the tutorial, like how to use this library, RLTK. One thought I had for what to do next is one of the disappointments I have with Dwarf Fortress, like it's a wonderful game, Toadie's awesome, all that, but one of the things that I've always wished was different about that game is pathing is really expensive. Like if you get a lot of dwarves, your simulation rate goes down to like 1 hertz or worse. And it's just like, it's no fun to play once that happens. So one thing I wanted to do was like clone enough of Dwarf Fortress to get to where you have the kind of maps it has and you have lots of destinations and kind of the paths that you typically would have in a fortress, and then randomly spawn in a bunch of dwarves and have them use the algorithm that Toadie uses, which is A star, to generate paths and see how many you can get before it falls apart. My guess is because I'd be doing a lot less of the simulation than he does, you could probably get like more of them. Maybe you get like 500 dwarves, but I expect at some point the frame rate will tank just like it does in real Dwarf Fortress. And then I had some ideas for different pathing algorithms and I wanted to like try them out and just see if I can do better than Dwarf Fortress. And if I can, then I would send what I've learned to Toadie and be like, hey, here's a thing to try. Do you want to try it? And maybe he'll get excited. Maybe he'll try it out. And maybe he won't. You know, it's who knows. But at that point, I would have enough that I could probably build a more interesting game, right? So I think it's an interesting thing to shoot for. So I don't know what these are. These red things supposed to be a representation of our health bar? I don't think we put anything in there to animate them. Oh, it is our health bar. Oh, that's really slick. I didn't understand that when I was typing the code in, but that's really cool. I like that. That's a good animation. I want to see it go to 0. And we're dead. Why did it stop at 1? But yeah, if I make a game out of this, I would just start from new code. Like this code is cool, and I would probably like bring in parts of it, but once you've done it, you kind of know what to do differently next time. So draw bar horizontal. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. You do put in the max and min there. Cool. Now this adding a message log is the thing I've been waiting for a while. I'm looking forward to this step. The game log makes sense as a resource. It's available to any system that wants to tell something, and there's very little restriction as to what might want to tell you something. Okay, we'll start by modeling the log itself. Make a new file, game.log. Yeah, I would love to make a new file to stick that stuff in, but as we just learned, that's kind of at odds with the way I've done things. So start logging and logging. Okay. Pub struct game. That's not how you spell game. Game log. Yep. So game log is just a list of vector of strings. I'm not gonna lie. I'm disappointed the '90s movies lies to me about coding. I'm missing the cool sound effects and unnecessary animations and sunglasses. I could go get some sunglasses if it helped. Oh hey dimwit. Kenny's lesser known brothers start and end. I thought you meant Kenny from work, and I was like, huh? I don't know much about Kenny's family. Oh, you don't mean Kenny from work. You mean Kenny logging. Huh? Huh? In main R's, we add mod game log. I cheated and put it all in one file and insert it as a resource. Let's make it a resource. Hacker typer? Yeah. Let me see. Nope, it didn't open the tab where I expected, but I think I can fix that. Vimium. How do I... Oh, no, I didn't need to do it. Save changes. Yeah, look at this. I'm writing a Linux kernel. Yeah. I just need to turn up the volume on my music, which might have stopped playing. It's so quiet. Let's go to a louder song. Yeah. Jake Kaufman. His music loud. You guys can hear this now, right? Let me check OBS. OBS says you guys can hear this. Welcome to... What should this be welcome to? Bust out the shades. Yep. Welcome to roguelike. Welcome to the... Ooh, welcome to the jungle. Why Jim, though? Bread Quest? Bread Quest sounds like it could be a good game. I might have to make that game. You know, you start out just loafing around. Maybe you go to a party and have a toast. It sounds like I'm trolling, but I'm honestly not. What about using something like outline miner mode to split your massive file into smaller chunks while keeping it in one file? What is outline miner mode? Is this an Emacs feature I never use? RedQuest will be a Doom reskin. I've never seen you not trolling. It lets you split your file into chunks so that you can navigate separately. Okay, well I turned it on. I don't really know how to use it, but it's enabled, I guess. We're inserting a line into the log at the start using, yep, okay. That gives us something to display, so we'll start writing the log code in GUI. Yeah, I'll have to check it out, because that sounds like the kind of Emacs feature that I would appreciate in general. So now we say let log equal ecs.fetch game log. Let y equal... I love all the magic constants that this code uses. Like, hey, let's just make this 44 because we wrote it, or we ran it 3 times while we were writing the tutorial, and 44 was perfect. Your GUI. Yeah, my GUI. So what are we doing here? So, this is to write each log entry on a new line. This is to keep us from going off the bottom of the screen. 2, so that's the column to start in so that we don't overwrite the box that we drew. That's the line we picked, and this is our thing. Why do we have to say toString? This should probably, I bet you this function, oh, I can't jump to the definition. I bet you this function needs to take an asRef. I bet that's what's wrong. And who knows, maybe they have a good reason for not just wanting a reference, like maybe there's a lifetime reason they didn't want to deal with. Expected struct. What? Okay, what did I declare this thing as? This thing takes strings. For Chewy. Welcome to the jungle, Jim. Oh. I just now got the jungle gym thing. Yeah. Thanks, Dimwit. Lol owned. Yeah. That string got owned. So, how's this gonna work when we have lots of log messages? What's the logic here? I feel like we should clear out the log. Well, maybe we'll do that. I feel like we're gonna need to clear the log pretty often. In our melee combat system, we add game log to our imports from super. Yep. Read-write accessor for the log and extended destructuring. Yep. Done that a million times. Okay, so melee. Let's go to melee island. Ooh, we want to. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter where we add it. Let's add it to the end. We expect a game log. Are we calling it game log here? No, we just call it log. That's what they called it. Mutlog. Just a matter of replacing the print macros. Yeah. I don't actually have any print macros in my code. Apparently my code is diverged. Oh, well, this is a good spot. So let's do this. Log. Is it just push? Yeah, log dot entries dot insert. So, oh, insert 0. So is insert... So are we basically just always inserting at the head of the... Because we made this a vector, right? Insert index and element. Insert an... Okay, so this is just pushing to the front of it. Isn't there a push front? Maybe there isn't. Oh, there is. There's a push front. But it's... Oh! So that might be for a... It's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. I don't actually know the tune anymore. I remember loving Ren and Stimpy as a kid, though. We actually should be using a vec deck for this, I bet. I bet that is the right data structure. Whatever. Not the performance is going to matter for this at all. Cool. I just wanted to understand better what we were actually doing. That expect should probably, well, whatever. We don't care too much if that crashes. But in a like a more robust program, we would care. So it's kind of interesting that my code is so different than the tutorial code at this point. I don't know why we ended up diverging so much. If I missed something or what. Or maybe, you know what? I think I'm in the wrong part of the code, actually. Yeah, that was the real problem. I was in the wrong combat system. Just ignore that, you guys. I was in the wrong part of the code. Alright, good night, Jenny. Sleep well and don't get drowned in snow. Just lay here and pretend to be asleep until I am. Yeah, that sometimes works. It also sometimes doesn't work. Get our mutt log. What was it? It was log.entries.insert. Oh, right. That's a little bit messy, but I kind of like that formatting because it doesn't go like way off the screen. I feel like I'm a paren short. Oh no, there it is. So let's put that on a new line. That'll look a little bit better. Okay. Okay, let's see where else we did console stuff. I butt thee. Yeah, let's change this one. Oh, I goofed that up. I don't need that paren. 8 indentation levels. It's necessary. How do you program? Probably going to be a lot of type errors once I do this with things that are and aren't owned. But, and now everywhere that did, so I need to do log.entries as my search now. So this has a log system. This does not. Let mutt log equal ECS dot write storage, or is it fetch? Honestly, can't remember. We'll try that and probably get a horrible error message. It's a lot of system data all in one place. I'm mostly kind of weirded out by this build a system with all the components approach. Build a system with all the components. I mean, is it fetch? Do I want fetch? I feel like I want fetch for this one. Oh well. Which ones in particular? Because I kind of think I know what you mean, where like every system ends up knowing about every component. And then this one also needs let mutt log equal ECS dot write storage game log. Does write storage go with write expect though? I feel like that's gonna come back to bite me. And I really feel like there should be right here, there should be a log entries.clear. Something like that. Does this one? Yeah, that one gets a log. That one gets the log. It gets the log, or it puts the lotion on its skin again? I don't know. Fetches for sticks. This is a log. Oh, yes, thank you. The combat ones just have a ton of things in their system data. I think you need fetch mutt. Ah, I need a fetch mutt to get that log. Name.name not found in the scope. How did I end up with... Hang on a second. I think I goofed something up. Because what was... Oh, it should be... It really was name.name. But why don't I have name.name? Did I delete a line of code? For entity wants melee. Wait, what the heck? Am I in the right system? No, I'm not in the right system. Oh, this used to have access to name, and it no longer does. That's why that's weird. I think there's something in here about mutts for sure. How many mutts? Not much. Console on okay, that's a warning. Found component not satisfied. Yeah, let me see. How is player? So this does a... These are all write storage entities, read storage, write storage. Yeah, I bet it is fetch mutt. Let's try that. Yep. Well, let's... Found reference. Let's fix that too. 639. So I can clear out the easy errors. Wait. Is that one shouldn't be the problem. It should be that one, right? I didn't mean to delete all that. Very good. Unknown field. Did I spell something wrong? 525. And tries. Entries. Wait, does log have the wrong type? Line 244. I feel like the music all of a sudden is just like, I'm gonna be loud. Also, I don't know that this one really benefits from the weird formatting that I was doing. Console, what? Do we really care that that's warning? Where is that? That's... Huh, okay, anyway. We don't really care. And then string found reference. Okay, welcome to the jungle, Jim. I love how stupid that joke is. Okay, Lich Chimera is number 0, butts player for 2 HP. Welcome to the jungle, Jim. Okay, I get it. This message log actually works okay. I totally get it. Yep, things just move to the end. That's fine. It's probably like really horribly inefficient. Like the longer you played this, the worse it probably gets. And it seems like it wouldn't be hard to fix. Like, just push things on the end of it and then iterate through it the other way. But, whatever. I feel like that's a bug I need to fix. So this here, delete the dead, I know why that's happening in my version and doesn't happen in his version. Or no, I did move that out of there. This system needs to not happen so much. Yeah, you're dead and you should feel bad. Where, this really wants to be a system, is the problem. I really need to change it back to that. That should fix that bug. Okay, let's go die. There's no way to, like, waste my turn. There we go. Now it just says it whenever I move. Because we don't actually die, we just run out of HP. Which is basically what happens in real life. People don't die, they just run out of HP. Now if you run the game and play it, playing is up to you. Heck yeah, I played it. You'll see combat messages in the log. Yeah. My font kind of looks terrible, but yeah. Notifying of deaths. We can do the same thing with delete the dead to notify of deaths. Here's the finished code. Oh, yeah. Wait. Didn't I already do this? I think I already did this change. Yeah, I already did, yeah. Log entry 0. Silly game. Mouse support and tooltips. I never asked for mouse support, but let's see what happens. Let's start by looking at how we obtain mouse information from RLTK. It's really easy. Add the following at the bottom of your draw UI function. Okay? Draw UI. Oh yeah, and we don't, whoa, I can't drive. My mouse is, or my cursor's drunk. We don't need that clear anymore. Let's make the screen a little narrower again so I'm not thrashing between the two so much. Okay. Cool. Let mouse position equal ctx dot mouse position. Got it. ctx dot set pg. So are we gonna have like a mouse cursor? See, I think that's what this is saying. Magenta. Okay, so before we do anything else, I want to see that in action. I should probably fix those errors. Ooh, that's kind of ugly, but it's neat. Oh, cool. And it, like, correctly interacts with the other things on the screen. That's kind of fun. In a fun sort of way. Maybe I should fix these warnings real fast. Line 4. Oh yeah. We stopped using the console because the console's bad. Unused variable log at 149, I think it said. So this system didn't end up writing anything because we didn't actually know the player's name. But we can fix that pretty easily. No, we need the entity's name. We need the monster's name. Does monster have a name? How did this work? No, I feel like name is just a, yeah. Where were we just now? Oh, you heading out? Alright. Have a good night. It's probably late where you live. 149, I think I said? Oh no, I'm at 149. I think I need to say name here. Yeah, I think I know what you mean now about, like, the system data for these things. Like, that's a lot of stuff to fetch. Yeah, I think I totally get what you're saying now about that. Okay. And then I'm missing a bit of syntax. Found a reference. Neat. You could probably split that apart into several other systems, but systems also are kind of verbose, so I get why it's nice to glom them all together. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know what the right solution to that is. Menaces, okay, cool. Yeah, my font, So the tricky thing I did with making the font, like finding the right size for each glyph, really fails when it comes to readable text. It's like I kind of want a different glyph set from the readable set. You know what I mean? Like doing double duty with one font seems to be kind of a bit of a mistake. Okay, so we cleaned up our warnings. We got that menaces line back in the game. So let's now go back over here and add draw tooltips. Draw UI. Pub fun. Draw tooltips. RLTK. Map ECS fetch the map. Let names equal ECS dot read storage name. Let positions equal ECS dot read storage position. Okay. Let mouse position context mouse position. Yeah, we've seen that trick before. If mouse position 0 is greater than or equal to map width, or mouse position dot 1 is greater than or equal to map dot height, return. Okay, great. If it's out of bounds, we're done. Let mut tooltip be a vec of string. Make that empty. And then for name position in names positions, join it up. If position of X is the mouse position and position Y is the mouse Y. Then we got work to do. Tool top again, dot push, name dot. Isn't to owned better to use for strings? Like, isn't it like it's the right thing in all situations? I don't actually know if that's true. But I tend to use to owned more for strings. Alright, so at this point, we've got a bit of code that gets the mouse position, rejects it if it's out of bounds, and then if it's in bounds, we take the name of the thing that we're hovering on and we push it into the tooltips. And then, if the tooltips are not empty, what do? We make a width. For S in tooltip, iterator, which we probably just have like one thing, right? Well, I don't know. I guess this assumes that you could have a stack of things there. ToString is a method on toString, so it's kind of a different abstraction. Oh, yeah. Right. But if you already have, if you know a thing's a string and you just need to hand it off to someone else, or like, I guess toString or toOwned is really nice for stir. Yeah, exactly. Happy evil answer into. Yes. I forgot where I was in the code. ctx.print color. Where did left x come from? Did I skip a line? Yeah, okay. I skipped a few lines. I should be up here where the mouse cursor is. If width is less than slen as an i32, then width is equal to slen as an i32. So basically all we did We just found the widest string in the tooltips. Great. And then we're going to increase it a little bit more. Guess we needed some padding. And now we're in Morrowind. Whoa. Got some extra characters there. Let arrow position. There's going to be an arrow position? Okay, and then we're going to offset things a little bit from the mouse. So the left is going to be, I see. So the tooltip's going to extend out to the right. That's what left X is about. For S in tooltip.iter, RGB named. So we're going to make the tool, okay, right. So the tooltip text is going to be white. We've seen that lots of times. With a black background, I'm sure. I'm sure that's what that says. No, gray background. Okay. Okay. I was wrong. Alright, fine. I can admit it. I was wrong. I don't actually know. I probably want two on there. Let padding equals let's see. S dot len as I32 minus 1. What are we doing here? So width minus the S len. Boy, one thing I don't normally have my Twitch dashboard up when I stream, but I have it up today, and it sometimes just like randomly things move around on it, and it's a little bit distracting, so I just closed it. For I in 0 to padding, Paddington Bear, CTX print color. Man, this logic would actually take me a while to work out if I were doing this myself. It all, like, where we draw things, it's kind of nice that somebody's worked all those details out and I can just copy them, because I would be here like iterating on this for a while, I think, if I were doing it from scratch. I'm just gonna make, so instead of doing all this stuff with like taking a reference to a stir that we turned into a string, I'm just gonna let the Rust compiler complain at me and then see if there's something simpler to put there. So it seems like a lot of converting that's probably unnecessary. In fact, I think I already know the answer. I think it's just that. CTX print color, arrow position X, arrow position Y, RLTK white, another gray, and then we do an arrow. Okay. Oh, Issa Munra, I think I've mentioned this song to you before. I don't know how well you can hear it right now, but it's things to do in Denver when you're dead. Twanging. It's that's fair. He's not country, but he certainly has a distinctive style. Like, his musical style, this is Warren Zevon, his musical style is sometimes described as, like, sarcastic. Okay. So, what have we done so far? We made... We did a space. We did several spaces. So for every bit of padding, we added a space. Okay, fine. And then we did an arrow. Yes, this dude. And that was if the mouse position is greater than 40. So this is... Huh. I guess it's like, if it's greater than 40, it's going to be on one side. If it's going to be less than 40, it's on the other side is probably what's going on. So that means we probably have... Yeah, we have an arrow going the other way. This code probably could have been parameterized somehow. Oh, I've heard it before. I made plenty of bad jokes about it. Oh, okay. Doesn't help that there's a restaurant in Denver that's built in an old mortuary, which really facilitates such... Oh, man. If Angel comes by, I think that's what he's going to grow up to be. Okay, so I forgot what line I was on. I'm on left X, Y, so that's this guy up here. RGB named RLTK gray. Yes, owned again. I mean, don't we all? Don't we all grow up to be dead? The padding equal the width minus slen as I32 minus 1. I don't know why so many spaces there. For I in 0 to padding. cdx.print color left x plus s dot len. Oh, as I32 plus I y RGB named RLTK white and RGB named RLTK gray. We just know they're going to do that color already. Yeah, and this is space again. Okay, so that gets us out of that for loop, and then we increment our y. And then it's this line, I believe. But why is my indentation different? Right, that's why. Supposed to end that loop. Okay, cool. I think I didn't close something. Yep. Okay, that all looks good. So let's check that and see if it compiles. Oh shit, it's a Bob raid. Hey Bob. I scrolled my window around all janky. How's it going? What, I'm assuming you did the Mega Man rando. Is that what, you just finish up with that? I don't know. Sometimes there's a delay between when you raid and when you show up, so I don't know if you heard what I said. You're okay? So thanks for the raid, Bob. And what were you streaming? I know you did the randomizer. So that's matched. That matches that one. That matches that one. That matches that. So where was my... Oh, hey, Red. Finished with... Oh! Yeah, the Indiana Jones LucasArts game isn't that long, is it? Oh, I just read things wrong. Okay, so expected an and stir. Yeah. Okay, so that's... Okay, that's kind of what I thought, is I don't even need to... I don't think I need anything at all right there. Now it's at 747, right? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't need any of this. And like this one should just be ampersand. We'll use like deref coercions or whatever. Yeah, this code was unnecessarily conversion-y. It's the fate of Atlantis. You're the fate of Atlantis. Oh, I need to say RLTK on those. RLTK. Where else did I do that? Is that the only one? It might be the only one. Oh, no, down here. This is why I like compilers. They tell you all these little things you got wrong, and you can actually fix it before you run your program. Invalid left-hand side of expression. Oh, how did I end up with an equal sign there? That's 743. This is minus I, right? Did I do that anywhere else? I don't see it anywhere else. Okay, cool. So we are once again ready to run our program. Oh, tooltips. Let's... Okay, so we didn't add anything to actually do the tooltip. So now we need to call this. And I guess the question is how to call it. And we probably want to check for mouse clicks, right? It starts by obtaining read access to the components. Yeah. The remainder says, if we have any tooltips, look at the mouse position. If it's on the left, we'll put the tooltip to the right, otherwise to the left. Huh. But we should probably call that function. And call it at the end of draw UI. Yeah, that's what I'm missing. Draw tooltips. Pass in the ECS and the RLTK. Oh no, we don't call it that. We call it CTX. Oh, that's unreadable. That says player. Wow, that's really unreadable. Lich Chimera number something. I wonder why it's so unreadable for me. Let's fix that. So there was all this styling down here. So it's white and gray. That's the problem. White and gray don't have enough contrast. Let's change this to blue. I should really be putting these colors in a variable, huh? Okay, let's call it something else. Let's call it text FG. I hope this type is copy, clone, copy? I think copy's the automatic one, right? Clone's manual. Probably still have to change the background color, but let's see what this looks like. Not found in this scope. Yeah. Play. Why doesn't it show all of player? It gets truncated. Like I'm not crazy, right? That's getting truncated. Yeah. I probably screwed up some logic. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's review our logic here. So there's our early exit. We take the name. So then it's whatever's in tooltip. And yep, that seems fine. We add 3 to our width. I wonder what, we added 3 to our width because of the padding maybe? Okay. Yo, Squid, how's it going? You're just in time to watch me debug something. Back from the D and the D. I can't possibly think of what that would be. Where you, that doesn't sound like Mega Man. So why do we do width here and then 3 here? I was just looking because like that corresponds to this line up here. And like this one uses width. So this one should use width. Did I copy that wrong? Or did the author really do it that way? Where do we actually... So here's where we actually take the string. And why do I can just do that. I don't need that owned garbage. My math is going to be wrong here somewhere. I got inducted into the Zentarim. Player. Lich Chimera. So now let's get this guy. So it's in the that direction logic is bad. I probably copied it down wrong. So when we're on one side of the screen, it's fine, and when we're on the other side of the screen, it's not. So it's a bug in this branch. So let me see where I goofed up. It's probably that right there. Unless something here, it's probably not the padding. Mega Man 3 made you mad. Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, that was a really spicy pace that you lost. It's understandable that you would be annoyed about that. Why doesn't he follow me? Now he follows me. He can't path around corners. Oh, we still got a bug. Let me compare to the other code. You'll keep doing attempts. Yeah, no, I think that's all the better you can do with something, with a really long run like that, is just like every week you do another attempt. See how close you get. Because I mean, you're like very close to world record, so let's do it. Let's get world record. Okay, so that should be a 1 according to this guy's logic. And I think this is wrong. I think this code's just wrong. I think I mostly copied it down right. That might have been the bug. Let's try that. Do Mega Man 3 8 robos? You mean like to practice? No, now I just... wow. Really fucked something up. I gotta actually think about this. So what are we doing wrong here? So wait a second. So that one's fine, and it leaves one space between the arrow and the end of player. But when I move over here, okay. So the arrow position should be the X position, because right now the arrow, so if we were over here, the arrow is right next to the player. And when we're over here, so the arrow position's off already. So it does seem like it should be a +1. Okay, so let's kill that. Width plus equals 3. Okay, so now the arrow's back in the right position. I think I know what you're talking about, but why? So we're saying... oh, because we're mirroring it. And then maybe with the other bugs I fixed, the other typos I fixed in my code. That's still not right. I mean, I got rid of the gap that didn't belong. But it's still cutting off part of the string. Or wait, is it? Ah, okay, now everything's fine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. There's maybe some space at the end of it, but I don't care about that, as long as it's rendering everything. Cool. Alright, thanks, Luke. Okay. Yep, now it looks like this. This is so illegible. Why did they go with white and gray? Maybe it's just my eyes, but I have a really hard time reading that. Optional post-processing. I've looked at this. I don't think I like this post-processing effect, to be honest. So I think I'm going to skip that step. Alright, let's record our progress. Yeah, we deleted console. We stopped running delete the dead, then we started running delete the dead. We moved it from there. We introduced new constants. We made our systems bigger. We added logging. We changed our map size. Logging. Systems got bigger. Logging. Tooltip. Welcome to the jungle, Jim. Finished section. This should be 1.7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1.7. Cool. So what does that leave us? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. We've potentially got quite a bit. I don't know how much of the rest of that tutorial is finished. Like, as I understand it, the guy who made this is still kind of working on it. So far we have maps, monsters, and bashing things. No roguelike murder hobo experience would be complete without items to pick up along the way. Heck yeah. Add some basic items to the game, along with user interface elements required to pick them up. Use them and drop them. Yeah, so user interface is something I've been wondering about, because there's a issue in the issue tracker for this game that says you can't currently use like greater than and less than symbols. You know, like a common thing in roguelikes is if you see a symbol like this, the greater than, then you can go down a dungeon. When you get to it, if you get to it and press the same symbol. And somebody in the issue tracker was saying they can't figure out how to do that. I would love it if this book explains it somewhere. Or maybe it's just something the author hadn't tried, I don't know. Thinking about composing items. A major difference between object-oriented and entity component systems is rather than thinking about something as being located on an inheritance tree, you think about how it composes from components, okay? Ideally, you already have some of the components ready to use. Yeah, that would be ideal. So what makes up an item? I don't know, stuff. Thinking about it, an item can be said to have the following properties. It's renderable, okay, yeah, that's fair. If it's on the ground, awaiting pickup, it has a position, okay. If it's not on the ground, it needs a way to indicate that it is stored. We'll start with in pack. It's an item, which implies that it can be picked up, so it'll need an item component of some sort. It can be used. Okay. Consistently random. Computers are actually really bad at random numbers. I don't know if I agree with that. They're bad at entropy, but I think they're great at random numbers. Computers are actually really bad at random numbers. Computers are inherently deterministic, so without getting into cryptographic stuff, when you ask for a random number, you are actually getting a really hard to predict next number in a sequence. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll try to stay out of the philosophical weeds here. These are all interesting points that warrant their own individual discussions, but it's kind of out of the scope of this tutorial. The sequence is controlled by a seed. Yep, with the same seed. Yep. This is a thing I was actually wondering about, is if there's a way to keep using the same seed. Since we have an ever-increasing number of things that use randomness, let's go ahead and make the RNG a resource. Okay. gs.ecs.insert RLTK random number generator. So we still don't have a way to seed the random number generator from a particular seed, but okay, fine. We can now access the RNG whenever we need it, without having to pass one around. Since we're not creating a new one, we can start it with a seed. We'd use seeded instead of new. Since we're not creating a new one, we can start it with a seed. We'll worry about that later. Okay. Then I'll worry about it later. One monster per room, always in the middle, makes for rather boring play. Agreed. We also need to support spawning items as well as monsters. Okay. To that end, we're going to make a new file spawner. Man, here I go again, just glomming onto this one gigantic file. Just look the other way. Don't judge me, I'm a monster. Player X, I32, player Y, I32, entity. Welcome back. So how was D&D? You guys, you said you got inducted into Zentrum? Zentarum? Is that a cult? Sounds like a cult. If I was gonna make a cult, I'd call it the Zentarum. You got some notes in the morning? Did the DM like hand them out as like physical notes? Because I kind of think that's kind of a fun thing you can do sometimes in these tabletop games. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's fun when that happens. Like, it could be overused or whatever, but physical props can also be a lot of fun. I don't know, D&D is like a lot of work for the DM. They probably have to put in more time than any of the players. Which is like kind of a strength and weakness to D&D. You need a DM who has a lot of time they can dedicate to it. She made physical notes. I was the only one that really interacted with the other thief in town, so I got a note. Ooh. Then everybody's like, what's going on? What does the note say? This is probably all code I could copy from somewhere, right? Like, I probably already have this code down here. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'll leave that other code intact for the moment. Create entity is the same, position is the same, renderable is the same. And then we say it's a player, it's got a view shed that's new, range 8, dirty. It's got the name player, combat stats, 30, 30, 2, 5, build. Okay, all that code is the same. So I got a note to meet her somewhere at midnight and got inducted. The half-orc paladin joined the Order of the Gauntlet. Hey, Red. And the cleric joined the Harpers. Meet me in the bathroom 5 minutes, come nude. Oh boy. You need help in the bathroom? Yeah, help. I see. So we're adding methods that spawn the different things. Okay, cool. Pub fun. Random monster. Red, you always have the emotes, that's for sure. It's putting your panties in the chat. ECS.write resource random number generator roll equals rng.roll dice. Oh, yeah. So I just have one type of monster, but the tutorial has two. So one, then we create an orc. If it's, let's have 3 types of monsters. Let's have the 2 from the tutorial and the one that I have that Ninja made up, which is a I think it was a Lich Chimera. So this should be a 3-sided dice. 3-sided die roll. The Zentarum is a neutral evil organization with the goal of expanding their influence and gaining monopolies on commerce. So they're a corporation? The Harpers are basically a chaotic good assassin guild? Nice. And the Order of the Gauntlet is a lawful good knighthood. Boring. It's not boring. It's fun. The Mutt World. This game is for dog lovers for sure, or this language. RLTK 2CP 437. Oh. I guess we have Orc. Orc is a name. Hello? Do I have like a key stuck? Okay, there we go. That was kind of weird. Not gonna lie. Goblin? We use a little G for these guys, right? Yep. Wait, what? The coding makes me drool? Wait, what did I say something? I feel like that's in reference to something that I already forgot. Because it happened like 3 seconds ago. So naturally I've already forgotten it. Monster ECS. RLTK. Hey Squid, when is your match against Chuck? What glyph did we use for the Lich Chimeras? We used glyph 1, right? Where's my glyph? Yeah, glyph 1. That's what I thought. Glyph 1 and then your rando tomorrow at 7:30. Oh yeah, it's great for dog lovers. Yeah, because all the mutts. There's a mutt here. There's a mutt here. Everything's mutt. Cool. I should be free to watch that. I didn't sign up for commentary this time. If like I haven't run the numbers, but I think I've done commentary for more than half the matches this year, and I like that. I've enjoyed it, but I kind of want to make sure that other people have a chance to do commentary. But I'm looking forward to your guys' match. This is your second time playing together in the same tournament. So it's like everything's on the line. One of you leaves the tournament. You know, whoever loses. So it's fun to see what'll happen. Alright, so what's our monster do? I think I can copy monster from down here. Wait. Where do I make monsters? Yeah, right here. Shut up, old McDonald. E-I-E-I-O. Was that clicky? I bet that was kind of clicky. So this should be glyph. Can I just say name? So I'm not formatting it. I might need a 2-string. We'll see. Cliff, red, black. Okay. All my monsters are basically going to be the same, but that's okay. We can fix that later. So now we can say player entity now just becomes player and then this loop down here, we just say random monster gs.ecs x and y. Whoops. Oh, I can never remember the Emacs command to like re-highlight what you just had highlighted. That would have been really nice in that situation. Probably get a ton of type errors here, but that's okay. While parsing this struct. 781. Wait, what did happen here? Oh, I must have gone off and copied that other code when I got to that line. Is that a vomiting bee? Bee toxic? Nice. There's no shortage of butts on Twitch. Like, I'm kind of amazed at all the different butt emotes. There's really a few of them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do 2-string here. It's fine. It's the only method I can call at that point. Oh. I've got a semicolon that I don't need. Did I misspell it? Generate. Oh, I need to say RLTK. RLTK. Soon to butt one more. Yeah. When's that happening, Bob? Did you submit it yet? Not found. Oh, I have to say ECS. Oh, and I think there's another typo here. Let me see. This monster function. No. What the? Wait a second. So this one, is that one not supposed to have a build? It is a build. Okay, I get it. This one builds it, but it doesn't return it. Oh, Kyle's doing your art, huh? Well, we've got an orc now. What do we got up here? That's our Lich Chimera. And that's our goblin. Cool. I'm not gonna bother him, just say, yeah. He's probably working on it. Moon made my mine. If you have FFZ, which I don't know, you're probably on mobile, but I've got Ladderman now, and I've got Easy Every Time, and I've got a where is it? A Let's It Go emote, and there's one more. Oh, menu. I have a couple others that are like need to change the dimensions. But I had Moon make these, and I think she did a good job. I really like the menu boss. Like, he just looks so full of rage. And I like the Ladderman actually looks a lot like Gyro. Cans of spam. We could do that. That's definitely a thing we could do. As you can see, we've taken and wrapped it up in functions. Different module. We don't have to do this, but it helps. Yeah. And I should have done it. My thing's a friggin' mess now. Oh yeah, so one thing I wanted to fix real quick. So this loot no longer needs to be an enumerate. And that should fix one warning. Yep. All gone now. Yeah, I don't get to see. You must be on mobile. Because if you're on PC, you better have Frankerface Z installed to get all the good emotes. It's the law of Twitch, right? Spawn all the things. It's a good section. Yeah, I'm on mobile. Send me a link on Discord. Oh, yeah. Actually, alright. Good night, Bob. Off to do that. We're going to extend the function to spawn multiple monsters per room with 0 being an option. Okay. We'll create a new function, spawn room. Oh, where do you find Frankerface Z? Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Spawn call, there we are. It's this site. And like, where is it? So these are the emotes I have. Contemplating it? Yeah. But yeah, if you wanted to see them red and you're on mobile, this is what they look like. So this is Ladderman, which looks a lot like Gyro. And then Menu Boss. And the ones that are missing are like, she made an emote of Mega Man like reaching out to grab a what is he grabbing in that one? I think he's grabbing an E-Tank, and that was meant to be like the never not E-Tanking emote. But you can only do wide emotes on Frankerface Z if they're text. And so she had to break that one up. And so now it's going to be an emote of Mega Man like reaching out to touch something, and I'm going to call that one Mega Touch. And then another one of him like drinking an E-Tank. And that'll be the never not E-Tanking emote. Alright. So we're going to go back up here. Spawn room. So I had to take a min to reboot my Pi hole. It was down for 2 weeks finally. Ah, yeah. I've never taken the time to set up a Pi hole. I happen to have a well, I have a few things falling down. I happen to have a Raspberry Pi right here that I could use this one, but I don't know. I've never set it up. Is it like every computer on your network goes through it, or do you opt them into it using like proxies or something? Oh my god, I can't type. Pi is better used for emulating SNES games. Well, you see, I don't really want to grab it, but I've got a Super Nintendo, like, I can touch it from here. So, no emulation required. And I've also got I've got a CRT to play off of right on my desk as well. If you like retro games like Nintendo and Super Nintendo, you're on the right part of Twitch. A scope to keep borrowed checker happy. Random number. Oh, I need to say RLTK again. I don't have that in scope the way he does. Generator. Platinum. RNG dot roll dice. 1 to max. Monsters plus 2 minus 3. Do I have a max monsters? Nope. I've got an OG SNES, SNES, and 2 CRTs in my tiny room. The feels, yeah. But they're so nice on CRT, right? Like, it's worth having a CRT around for them. Even though CRTs are like gigantic and heavy and all that stuff. I have opting in certain devices. I want to be able to farm bits on my desktop. They have some small, nice butt ones. Yeah, the Raspberry Pis. Yeah, they got like the Zero or something now. It's really, really small, but powerful. Let mut added equals false. While not added. So we're gonna search for a room to place the monster in. Let x equal room.x1 plus rng.roll dice 1 I32 abs room.x2 minus room.x1 as, and this is probably u size. Yep. Wait, that's a mouthful. And then actually we can just copy that line and use it for y. Because what changes? That, whoa, got deleted more than I expected. And this becomes y, and this becomes y. Yeah. X equals y times map width plus x. LCDs are great, but the analog to digital conversion used in TVs is crap, yeah. I reserve the IP address for the Pi static. Yeah, that makes sense. So I just go into my config on my devices and set the... Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, Gab, that's totally true. Have you seen... have you seen this thing? Somebody has tried to make a device to help with that. So you plug in, so this might be hard to read on the stream, but the component and the S-video and composite go on this side of the device. And then the audio goes in here, and then you get HDMI 480p out. And so if your TV has low latency with a HDMI signal, then you're good. Because this thing only introduces 53 microseconds of latency, which is like so small. Yeah, I haven't. So when I stream, I split the stuff and go through the OSSC. Yeah, 53 microseconds is just like, it's nothing. So if you have a good LCD, like, and I know you do, Squid, because you know how to read specs. Then you can just get one of these, and then you can use an LCD. It's another $100, but I think if you're really trying to avoid CRTs, it's the way to go. Has one huge advantage. Yes, exactly. So I didn't know about that thing and so I bought consoles that are RGB modded, right? And so then I needed, and that worked well for the TV that I wanted to hook them up to because I have a PVM, and it has RGB connectors in the back. But then when I wanted to stream it, it was a huge pain in the butt to, you know, like I wanted to split the signal and do one end into like capture device and the other into a CRT. And it was hard to find a way to do it. And then the open source scan converter was perfect, a little expensive, but perfect for that. But I still kind of want to get a retro tank too, because I have other consoles that aren't modded, right? And like the setup that I've been working up to in my living room is having a big TV on the wall, right? And then a retro tank to take one of my other consoles that's not modded and hook it up to that. Yeah, the FrameMeister, I haven't seen it in person, but it sounds like it gives a really good image. The problem is the latency, because you still get a couple. Thanks for the follow. You still get a couple frames of latency with it, right? With the FrameMeister, so that's no bueno. I pretend to do speedruns, and so I don't want latency. Also, the games are just harder with latency. Like, screw that. I kind of forgot where I was in this. Okay, right. If not monster spawn points contains IDX monster spawn points So I think all we did here was, if we haven't already, so how did we pick a room? Yeah, it's really good for image quality, but the image processing is slow by today's standards. How do you use Frankerface? Did you install the browser plugin and then reload the page? Because if you did, then like that should work. So I usually type a colon and then start typing the word. So like if I type that much colon ladder, then it'll pop up a menu and like Ladderman will be one of the options. Or ladder boss. And it should have also added like a menu in the normal chat. The thing you normally use to bring up emotes. There should be an FFZ option in there now. The colon complete is good for people who are Discord addicts. Yeah. So how does this... So I guess spawn room has already been given a room. Okay. So then it finds an empty spot in the room that doesn't already have a monster spawn. I feel like this should actually be a check if the spot is blocked. But maybe the thing is not assuming we've run the blocked tile system. And then we've got one more thing to do. Actually spawn the monsters. Okay, so we've got our random monsters. We already understood that part, and then in main, so this bit becomes spawn room. Cool. Oh boy. Yeah, max monsters, we've got to define. So that's 847? New WoW semantics? Oh, is there a squid? Okay, so what was my error message? Expected use size found I32, so as use size. And then line 847, we've already got that. And then 858. And then we still don't have a max monsters defined. Well, I think we had logic for maximum monsters before, right? There's other maxes, right? Max rooms. What should max monsters be? They really didn't define that, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah. Let's say 10 monsters for now. Hey, there you go, Red. That worked. Oh, that room didn't have a monster. Ah, this room's... They don't walk around corners. Oh, I'm dead. I ran out of HP. I'm not paying attention. I should, at some point, I should figure out how to get my monsters to walk around corners. I don't know why they don't do that. I might not have... It's probably my fault. I probably didn't configure something in their pathing logic. Health potions. Heck yeah, let's do it. My I don't actually think consumables are great game design, but I'm excited to get consumables in this case because we have no other way to restore our health. Oh, cans of spam. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's easy. Let's do it. Well, I don't like spam. Mom, I don't want to eat spam. Okay, now we add a function to spawn them in. the end of the world and you can't eat anything else. And how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your Spam? Look for Twinkies. Yeah, might find some. With renderable. What? RLTK 2CP437. What the heck? Oh, it's the upside down exclamation point. I don't know how that'll look in my font. And now we're back to Skyrim music. Potions are magenta. Those were eaten by the chimeras that turned them into lich. Oh, yeah, that's a good bit of world building for the lich chimeras. Actually, well, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was going to change something and changed my mind about changing it. Okay, pretty straightforward. You create an entity with a position. Renderable, we picked bang, upside down bang because it looks to be a bit like a potion. And my favorite game, Dwarf Fortress, uses it. Oh, I didn't realize the author of this is a Dwarf Fortress fan. I mean, it makes sense. Like, who isn't a Dwarf Fortress fan? But, like, that's cool. Now we can modify the spawner code. Yes, we can. Okay, now we go to spawn room. Let mut item spawn points. So vec of u size equal to vec new. And we probably want to have a max items, so const max items. I don't know what the max items should be, but should definitely be smaller than monsters. You have older brothers to bullshit with, trust me, I build on it. Yeah. Parents called it diarrhea of the mouth. So it's probably better than diarrhea of the soul. I don't know what that would be, but that's what I thought of when you said diarrhea of the mouth. We need some toad philosophy up in here. Okay, we have a loop for monsters, and we're gonna have like basically the same. It's like the same logic again. There's probably some generic spawner logic to extract from this. Num items. When not added. All the same logic. But now we say item spawn points contains added true, and then we'll have, yeah, there's definitely some stuff we could refactor here. What did I called it spam, right? Oh, spawn spam. Stream did not contain valid UTF-8. What is my encoding? Where did that go? Spawn spam. No, spawn spam. You have to spell it correctly. So this character right here, it is saying that is not valid UTF-8. So how do I get Emacs to change my buffer encoding? I don't know, man. Emacs is weird. Text properties? Yeah. Does this do it? Oh, I don't know if that does it. Well, dang. Unicode upside down exclamation point. Let's try to copy the one off this page and see if it works any better. Control X MF. Control X, Control M F. Yeah, at one point it didn't like the symbols I was putting in the buffer, and I told it to use UTF-8 auto, and apparently it sometimes didn't do true UTF-8 or something. Oh, geez. Let's, guess we have to go in this room. There's no, like, way to turn command in this game yet. Okay, we gotta find a potion soon. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Ah, there's a potion. Right. I can't pick them up yet. Oops. Encodings are some nonsense, yo. This is my official opinion as a trained linguist. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Okay, so that was fun and all. We couldn't pick them up. Blah blah blah, you're required to use them. Oh, I forgot to have it render. Oh yeah. Let's see that the tooltip works. That's a cool thing. Can of spam. Look at that. Goblin can of. Oh my god, it works correctly when there's two things on one tile. Unless that's a goblin can of spam. I don't know that the order that things render is exactly what I would want, but like, there should maybe be a symbol for when there's multiple things in one tile. I don't know what to do about that. Picking up the items. So having potions exist is a great start, but it would be helpful to be able to pick them up. We'll create a new component and register it to represent an item being in someone's backpack. Now you're speaking my language, game. Or tutorial. Alright, so what the heck? Oh, I get it. Yeah, this is kind of a weird storage system, right? Because it's a little bit inverted. What you do is any item that's like in a location, you tag it with like who owns it instead of like actually putting it in a container. Who would have thunk that goblin would have a flavor of spam? Yeah, goblin flavored spam. I don't think I like spam, and I don't think I would eat that spam. We also want to make item collection generic. That is, any entity can pick up an item. Oh, yeah, okay. It would be pretty straightforward to just make it work for the player, but later on we might decide that monsters can pick up loot, introducing a whole new tactical element, bait. So we'll also make a component indicating intent. Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. So the author always has us put debug on these components, and I've never seen it tell us to use it. Collected by an item. Spoglin, spiced goblin. Hey, Canadian corn dog. Welcome. Next, we'll put together a system to process wants to pick up item notices. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's like always what we do. Pub struct collection system. Impl system. Yeah, this is it's hard for me to type with all these symbols. Item collection system. Okay. Okay. So what are we doing here? So we will have access to a particular entity. This is going to be the player, I think. And then game log. Okay. And this is for the item collection. So this will, I guess this will look for pickup requests and try to put it together whether the pickup request is valid. We should have a way to pick up butts in this game. Just for red. Maybe, you know, actually, this would totally be worth it for the joke. Make a class in a roguelike game that uses this item baiting and picking up mechanic to great effect. And it could be the pickup artist class. It would be worth it just for that joke. A different joke about it, yes. An expert bait artist, I believe, is where you were going with that. An expert Bing user. God, these... I feel like there's got to be a better way to do these system data than the way this tutorial does it. Like, it's nice that they all get named and brought into scope like that. Like a macro could do this, right? The way the author's using this is he's basically creating a function that's scoped over the system data and then giving them names, and you could totally come up with a macro syntax to turn it into something that looks like a function. I've been thinking about trying to write a macro to build systems, sort of like specs derive. Yeah, exactly. I think you'd be a good person to design that. wants pickup. I want a pickup. I think I'm not in love with this song. It's a little too blary. It's actually called Sound the Alarm. It reminds me too much of Wily 3 and 4, Mega Man 2. Like, Mega Man 2 manages to have some of the best and worst songs in the entire Mega Man franchise. Not counting Mega Man 11, which is like very polarizing on its music. Okay, so we took our... Okay, so we take all our pickup requests, and then we positions.remove. Oh, interesting. Excuse me. So once we know that an item wants to be picked up, we actually remove its position, so it no longer has that component, and then we immediately insert it into the backpack. So I thought there was maybe going to be some logic to check, like, is this a thing you can pick up? But I guess we just have infinite storage, which is fine, because we would have to build those other things into the game. And we're just keeping it simple. Able to insert backpack entry. And these, I feel like this expect probably never triggers. I'm actually going to put that on another line so I can read things a little bit better. If pickup collected by equals player entity gamelog.entries.insert. Put this at the front of the log. We've seen this before. Format this thing. Oh, right. Oh, cool. Okay. I have an idea. Pickup item unwrap name. I feel like in the case where it's not the player, we should still log it. Okay, and so how do we get the name? How do we get the name for... Okay, so names.get pickup.item.unwrap.name. So that's that thing. The item should have a name too, right? Oh. Names.get pickup dot and then collected by. And this line is like super long here. Actually, let's do it this way. Pirate, hey boss, check it out, Captain. What? Pirate, shakes bag of coins. I'm shaking my booty, Captain. Pirate, Captain. That was hilarious. I love you and love what you bring to our team. Pirate, I love you too, boss. What? I I don't know. These pirates sound like they're on awfully good terms with each other. Doesn't seem realistic. Does that code seem right? I think that's right enough to try it. And then we have to clear our requests. So where does that happen? So this line happens after the for loop. And our for loop starts here, ends here, right? Yeah. Once pick up the clear. Booty and deep chest. No field collected by? You don't have a field called collected by. What was that supposed to be then? In backpack owner. Pickup dot collected by. Oh, collect by versus collected by. Alright. Oh yeah. We forgot to add the system to register a request to grab. Don't forget to add it to the systems list. Oh, right. Yep, that's the other thing. That's the other thing I keep forgetting to do with my systems, is like I'll define them like this, and then I'll forget to actually like run them, right? So where should it go? So I guess it should like run in parallel to melee and damage. So I'll put it right here. Well, let me put it right after Monster AI. So does Fleece Johnson. Who is that a name I should recognize? Oh, I did something wrong here. Try adding the resource by inserting it manually or using the setup method? Tried to fetch a resource that didn't exist. He loves booty. So items in the game are tagged to owners instead of being owned by collections in some hierarchy. Yes. What is the advantage of such a system? I don't know. It's a weird choice. It's a weird choice for sure. I think the reason it crashes is because I have an entity I have a system in my ECS that doesn't actually, like, can't get its items. Can't get its entities. So I'm actually not going to worry about debugging this right now. I'm going to... Oh, should I worry about it? Do I need to register something? So I registered item and span. Let's see. So this... Huh. Yeah, maybe. Let's double check my code here. So read expect entity, write expect game log, write storage wants to pick up item, write storage position, read storage name, write storage in backpack. And then I said that thing, player, entity, mutt, game log, mutt wants to pick up, mutt positions, names, mutt backpack, right? Mutt backpack? Yeah. Pick up Positions, remove, pick up item, backpack, insert, pick up item in backpack. You know, did I don't think I registered in backpack. Yeah, you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. That these two. Oh, I added all this code down here. Maybe that paste wasn't the most efficient way to add these. Yeah, there's lots of little things to tweak every time you do one of these, I guess. Okay, cool. Like, there's almost like a checklist, right? And I don't know that there's necessarily a good way to do it unless you had like an external data format that you had these in and you were like generating the code. Outside of doing that, it's sort of like you just have to remember to do those things. Fortunately, the game like crashes in a really obvious way if you haven't done it. Oh yeah, and then the tutorial is like, don't forget to add them. Oh, I guess we didn't read that part. Or actually, it's saying the system one, not the part I actually forgot. The next step is to add an input command. G is a popular key. All right, so we'll go with that. We can always change it. Can we? Can we change it? Okay. Is it called player input? Yeah, player input. So we'll say G is get item and mut gs.ecs. And then we'll need to write that very function. Actually, I will be right back. Come back to chat gone wild. It's nothing but butts in here. And I don't have any VIPs, so you're in slow mode to finish that pyramid. Anybody could come interrupt you. Where was I? Yeah, this is another one, Getty, that's like, or, sorry. Also, thanks for the follow. This get item is another one that's like, should this be a system? Because, like, it fetches the hell out of the ECS. Or, like, what's the trade-off here? Is that like a deformed Shrek? System's gonna be... Yeah. Yeah. So there's I think they might have used that in some version of the tutorial, because sometimes when they show the code snippets in here, it doesn't match what's in their GitHub. And there's a system dispatcher. Yeah, I so one thing I want to do after I finish this is I want to spend a little bit more time with specs, getting to understand just specs on its own, because I feel like there's probably a lot of cool features of specs that would fix some of the bugs that I'm running into, um, that would address them in nice ways that I just don't even know much about. That's the big win. System dispatcher can automatically run stuff in parallel. Yeah. So at some point, like, I bet you that they just wanted to keep it simple, because this tutorial is written for people that don't necessarily know Rust yet. Like, this might be a first, like, following this tutorial might be a first Rust project, which, like, I appreciate them writing it from that point of view, but it means that I think sometimes they knowingly do things in suboptimal ways, because they're like, well, that's a bit much to teach. Like, we'll just go with this more pedestrian thing that has drawbacks but works. I see what you did there. It could be, could be. I don't know them. Alright, so we have access to the game log. We read positions. We get the items. We get entities. We have the player entity. We have the player position. And then we have some target that we're looking for. Oh my, that's quite the tentacle there. Yeah, I was also similarly surprised to see that idiom. What did I do with my bracket? Oh, I overindented one. I saw, so you might find this interesting, Isamara. Somebody had posted on the Rust subreddit saying that they think that Rust is a good gateway to Haskell, because I actually feel like I've become more enamored with Rust of late than Haskell, which only partially has to do with the language, but like, it's interesting to me because I'm like, yeah, you know, Rust has been this nice, or Haskell's been this nice gateway to Rust. Like, it's been so easy to pick up Rust after having used a language that's way more intense about features and theory. And then to see somebody else having the, you know, polar opposite point of view, which is like, oh, you know, Rust is really helping me get into Haskell. What is this channel? Sasori? Sasori? I don't think I know Sasori. But these look like Dragon Quest emotes here. Are they a Dragon Warrior Dragon Quest speedrunner? That would be my guess based on those emotes. Okay, so we look through the entities. Oh geez. Yeah, this is a pretty inefficient way to do this, I think. So we basically go through every item that has a position. Excuse me. Every entity that is an item and has a position, we go through all of those and we check if they are in the same position as the player. And if they are, we say that's the item that you wanted to pick up. I really haven't spent enough time with the newer Dragon Quest games. I bought when it was on sale, I bought the latest Dragon Quest, like 11, and it looks really fun. But then I've had so many problems with my wrists this year that it's been hard for me to play any games, and so my Steam backlog is just getting giant. But I'm kind of excited to play it. Like, it looked fun when Jerry played it. Like, I watched enough to see that it's fun, but I tried to avoid spoilers too. There's nothing here to pick up. Hey, Olive. You hopping up? Nope, you're running away. I think this one might actually need to be 2-string because of the... Or no, that's just the insert method on... Yeah, I'll just see what the error message is when I get to that. And then... Oh, I need a comma here. And what are we getting? Some item. Yeah, it's... I don't know, it's... Like, I should really only buy games when I know I'm gonna play them that day. But it's so tempting to buy them when they're on sale. When you're, like, pretty confident you're gonna play them at some point. But the way I do it, buying them on sale means that, like, sometimes I just buy games that later I'm like, I don't feel like playing that. And then I kind of, like, forget it's in my backlog. You played some of it. I mean, it looks fun. Like, it's very generic Dragon Quest fantasy, but it looks fun. Yeah, I'm gonna split this line. This stuff gets way too comma. Player entity item doesn't quite seem right, but I guess that works. Unable to insert, want to pick up. My bracketing doesn't quite feel right, but I think it's fine. I guess what's throwing me off is this branch doesn't have a semicolon, but this insert function should return unit, so that should be fine. And this one has curly braces and then ends in a semicolon. So both of these should return unit, so that should actually be fine. Alright, let's see if it compiles. It does not. And I need to use 2-string apparently. Do I need 2-string? I think I just need this. Oh, no, we did make it strings. Okay. Cool. Okay. Blah, 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 if target is known, yep. We already understood that code. Listing your inventory. Oh, well, let's... Before we list our inventory, let's just see if we can pick up items. They'll just, like, go into nowhere. They'll just go into hammer space. Is that why Squid's face doesn't compile correctly either? Yep. Poor Squid. Someday his face will compile. Oh, look at that. We just picked it up. You put the can of Spam in your backpack. Wait. Player butts player for 3 HP? How did I attack myself? You goof, there's nothing to pick up. How come? No, every time I pick up something, this doesn't make sense. Every time I pick up something, I attack myself. I butt thee. Player butts player for 3 HP every time I pick up something. It's a suicide button. How did this bug happen? Oh man. So this is one thing that's a little bit difficult about ECS. Also, hello Rog. Welcome. I introduced a bug in my game, and I don't understand this bug. Let's think about this. So the most recent thing we added was this code. Pick up, wants to pick up, insert this. So the thing the thing we should take a look at though is maybe the melee combat system. Let me full screen this. So why? Yeah, picks up damage. Yeah. Yeah, somehow a failed request to pick something up. Oh, you know what? I know the problem. I probably was doing this autocomplete thing, and I probably used wants to melee somewhere that I didn't mean to use wants to melee. Well, it was saying I butt thee. Try move player. So try move player is maybe getting called when it shouldn't. Maybe you are cursed. I very well could be cursed. So we should be hitting this get item line. So did I do something wrong when I hooked up that? Like, what was their code for that? Huh. That's what I added here. But what's this logic? So... Because I think we said try move player. So we get some key. And we match on this thing. Oh! Yeah. I see the problem. So when I was following along with the code, I think their code had a try move player in each one of these branches after you set those up. And then I later came in and... So I refactored it so that this just happened after all of those. And then later came in and added this. So this needs to follow a branch that doesn't result in call try move player. Blame Squid's face, exactly. So like one thing to do here, this is a little bit gross, but I could do that and then return run state player turn. It's turning into spaghetti code, but that will fix this problem. Yeah, you goof. There's nothing to pick up here. Or nothing here to pick up. Yeah, that fixes it. That's not a good fix. Basically, like, all these movement things... Oh, man. Oh, hey, Squid. Didn't notice your face there. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, that's one way to think about it. Yeah, so all of these, basically the way I wrote this logic before introducing the get command was all of these were supposed to fall through into this, not this line, into this line. Yeah, this code really needs like very different structure, right? So it needs to be like, if any of these match, then it results in a path that goes to try move player, else other commands. But I don't want to spend too much time on that. I just should maybe make a comment. Yeah. So that was kind of my fault for writing that code a little bit differently than the tutorial. Okay, so let's list our inventory. So apparently we're going to add a new option up here, show inventory. The I key is popular. Heck yeah. B is also popular. Oh man, there's so many choices. We'll add the following in. How do you unlock Frankerface Z on your channel? I don't remember what I had to do. So I think it might just already be unlocked, Red. Like I think I made an account with them, and I think I linked it to my Twitch account when I signed up on their website. Yeah, I think Luke is right that you use Twitch's OAuth, and from there it like kind of just works. And then you can just hunt around on any part of Frankerface Z, and any emote you see you like, you can just say like, I want that on my channel, and you can submit your own. And then the default, they give you a limit of like, I think 25. And then if that limit is too low, you donate like $5 and you get 50. Which is what I did. I was like, whatever, I'll just, it's like $5-10. I don't care. I want all the emotes. It's pretty easy to do. And plus, it's like, it's a good excuse to support them, right? Like, it's a good excuse to donate to their thing. And I use it all the time. Like, Twitch just rolled out this new site change that changed the chat font to something that I found like hard to read. And then they already just had an option in FFZ to like change it back to the old font. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. Oh, thanks for the follow. People has to have the FFZ add-on for the browser though. Yeah. Yeah, only people with FFZ can see the emotes, that's true. Some people on mobile they just get to see the words. That is kind of a bummer. Alright, what were we gonna do? Oh, we had, okay, so, oh, it's not that. It was, try move player. Yeah, I think I posted it in Jerry's channel, Luke. instructions on how to. So in particular, FFZ has an option that lets you change the chat font to anything you want. And somebody figured out, they used like the Wayback Machine to look up what font Twitch had been using, which was Helvetica Nuvo, I think. Something like that. Why does everyone think the font sucks? It looks blurry to me. Like the letters, they're not distinct enough. But the old font, like the Helvetica Nuvo, is just like so nice. It's like, it's so easy to read for me. The new font is the one Mixer uses, which I found interesting. Oh yeah, that's something I should actually do since I've been publishing these streams to YouTube as well. Bob, you just reminded me, is I really need to have a chat widget on my screen on the stream. And if you set those up right, they'll show the emotes too. And then people watching, people can see the emotes that way. That's something I should do. I actually meant to do that today before I went live, and then I just kind of forgot. As I was doing a bunch of house cleaning. Alright, so if we're in the show inventory state, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to say if GUI is show inventory. That must be a function we still need to write. Oh, so this will work kind of like a modal dialogue in a proper GUI system. I don't know how I feel about this explicit state machine, but it seems to be working. Oh, thank you for the follow. At least on my screen. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. I don't know, like font choices are kind of personal anyway. Like I'm not a very good reader in general, and so I think I'm more sensitive to typographic changes than other people would be. Thank you for the follow. Where was I? That naturally leads to implementing show inventory. Cool. I figured we would do that next. Draw UI, I think it was called. Yeah. Guys, don't look at me. I'm a monster that puts all my code in one file because I just thought, I'm just following this tutorial. How much code could it end up being? It's like over 1,000 lines. It's a little ridiculous. I really, when the author said, let's split things up into files, I really should have done it. I really should have. The author was right. But now I'm kind of stuck with it because it's actually a lot of inertia to push back against. I might do that as a refactor off stream. Because it's going to be a boring refactor. No new features, anything like that. Okay, what are we doing here? So we need access to the player, we need the name, we need the backpack. Right, and then the rest of this code is just going to be a bunch of like rendering code. Okay, cool. Oh, that looks pretty nice actually. It won't look that nice on mine because I changed the font, but this will look good. The ECS is a little bit weird to get used to because it's just like such a grab bag of just everything. And I think to some extent that's on purpose. Like Asamonra, I don't know if you're still here, but do you remember the name of the woman that worked at Chucklefish who did the presentation about specs? Because I'm blanking on her name. Because she wrote that great. Actually, if you have the link to her talk or like the write up about her talk that she did, you should link that in chat because that's a pretty that was pretty convincing for me. Like once I read that, I was like, okay, I can see why people use ECSs. Like this is starting to make sense now. Because before I read that, I didn't really understand how they were different than like anything else. But they're basically Chiron. Yeah, that's right. Cool, thank you. Like they're like a database that's optimized for the kind of constraints that real-time simulations have. And they're intentionally meant to let you kind of like blur the abstraction boundaries a little bit. Because apparently, like, if you're making a game, that's kind of a useful, like, there's certain useful things to blur. Oh, that didn't come out like I wanted. How big is this lambda? Okay. I had stepped away for a few minutes to get some Overwatch arcade wins, but I'm back now. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, see you, Bob. Have a good night. Invested all my stock in Euro Disney. I don't know if the music's actually loud enough for you guys to make out the words. But this is a Weird Al song. So what are we doing here? So... okay, this is a feature of specs that I didn't know about before. So we're going to do a join, but then we're going to filter it for certain things. Items that are owned by the player. Yeah, Weird Al's not for everyone. I happen to like... I have a soft spot for Weird Al. And I'm the one streaming, so I get to pick the music. Well, until Twitch mutes my VOD. White and black. Okay. Oh, cool. I'm glad you got that sorted, Luke. There's also... you can also use uBlock Origin to change some of the other CSS. I was able to soften the white that light mode uses to not be as harsh as the new color. I don't really know why they changed the colors. Like, they even bothered to write a blog post about how this stuff, the changes, like, supports the community of users better or something, and it really came across as, like, marketing speak. Like, it didn't really feel like any of that was true. But I don't know. I'm kind of a skeptical, cynical person, just by nature. It would be a real pain in the butt to resize this UI, because there's so many hard-coded numbers in here. Why would you use light mode ever? I actually find text easier to read in light mode. Like, I like dark mode. Like, I mean, you see my Emacs, right? But this Emacs session has a really nice contrast, I think, that you don't get with a lot of dark modes. Like, Discord's dark mode I'm fine with, but some other dark modes, they're too close to black. On the subject of fonts, Microsoft's Cascadia code is not too shabby. I've heard that. I haven't used it personally, but I've heard it's good. So this font here, Fira, the reason I'm using it, it doesn't show up in Emacs because Emacs doesn't do ligatures, but in general, Fira does ligatures. And in fact, maybe in this code over here, Oh, it's not rendering it. I used to have my browser set to use Code for monospace, but I don't think it's set up at the moment. Oh yeah, in fact I can tell because these ampersands are not my ampersands. Or otherwise you'd be able to see the ligature. Use Open Dyslexia, not because I'm dyslexic, but I figure it can only make it easier to read. Yeah, I like what those people are trying to do with Open Dyslexia, but I'm a little worried that there's not research to support it. But I think their heart's in the right place. And some people say it helps them, and, you know, maybe that's all that matters. Like, if it helps some people, then power to them. Alright, so what are we drawing here? We're drawing a box. And then inside in the top border of the box, we say the word inventory. So that's why we did y minus 2. And y plus count. So after, and then plus 1. So at the bottom of the box, we say escape to cancel. Cool. Oh, interesting. You found yourself reading faster with it? Yeah, I know that, okay, so when I looked into the Open Dyslexia font, the thing I read was that there was some evidence that using bolder typefaces helps people who have whatever problems recognizing characters. Whether you want to classify that as dyslexia. Like, I think dyslexia is actually slightly different than that, but there's plenty of people that have trouble recognizing glyphs. And using bolder typefaces helps with that. And the Open Dyslexia fonts make the characters more asymmetric, which makes them more recognizable, and it makes them more bold. There's a guy who researches dyslexia who is, I was reading, like, about his research, and what they've found is that dyslexia might be a weakness in working memory for processing phonemes, so sounds that make up words. And they had this really interesting thing that they had to come up with because they want to filter the general population for their studies. They want to select for people with dyslexia. So they came up with a test to test people's working memory for phoneme processing. And like it's just this really interesting test where they basically just read you random syllables that have been put together in a word and have you like repeat them. And like they found that like for dyslexics there was a strong correlation between like the sort of drop off point, like how many syllables they could read to the person before they were unable to remember them, versus the general population that had a, so it was like for dyslexics there was a drop off point here, and the general population was like over here. It was pretty interesting stuff. Alright, so now we're going to have a loop where we go over the backpack and the names in the backpack, and the item owner has to be the player. Okay, fair enough. And then which I think is, we've already seen that selection earlier in here. Yeah, we did it for the inventory. So why are we doing backpack and names, pack and names? So I wonder why we didn't just iterate over the inventory. Huh. It feels like we could have just... Comic Sans is apparently helpful too. Yeah, I gave a talk once. I think it might have been my master's defense, and I did it in Comic Sans for my slides because I thought it was a nice to read font, and then I posted my slides to Reddit, and well, if you know Reddit's relationship to Comic Sans, you might know what happened and what ensued. There were a lot of people that like, I think they were fine with the content of my slides, but they were basically like, lol, what? You used Comic Sans? What's wrong with you? But I didn't really mind, but I did think it was funny that like this was like a thing that bothered people. It's like, Comic Sans is nice, you guys. It makes everything so lighthearted. It's most of that line on the screen. Alright, so I don't know why we've got... Okay, so 17 and 18. So basically, that's the x-coordinate. So we've got it like hard-coded so that like they're going to start a fixed amount in from the screen because we just know the dimensions. There's a LaTeX Comic Sans package. You can typeset math in Comic Sans as well. I like it. I like it. What's 97? So what glyph is 97, do you think? Because we're gonna do an open paren. Oh, I don't want to cheat and look, but I'm trying to imagine in my head what we're drawing here. We'll find out in a second when I run it. Oh, nice, Red. You got him working. I'm even making that menu boss right now. Mathematics using Comic Sans. Let me move that over here. That's I honestly I don't hate it. What is this? Isn't there a way? I thought there was a way in Firefox to zoom using the mouse scroll. I'm like holding down all these modifier keys and nothing's happening. Yeah, I guess there's not a way. I don't hate it. It's got a nice legibility to it. Where'd my tutorial go? Here we are. Control and scroll wheel? Yeah, it wasn't working for me. Maybe because it was an image or something. This is using classic DOS code page 437 for glyphs, but most of the textual characters are the same as in ASCII, so 97 is A. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense then, because it's basically going to be an itemized list, right? Like A and so on. So like what would have actually been like what would have been more legible is to write here, let me blow up my terminal so you can actually see what I wrote. So we can call this thing, which will give us a U8 of 97, and then we can add J to it, right? So like I think it would have been kind of nice if the author had expressed it that way. Cutler squeal? Yeah, I was wondering if I could add them to my channel so I can use them on other channels, but they're locked to the channel. Oh, Red. So what you do, here, I'll just show you. So you go to Frankerface Z, and if I go to my submissions, so if you go to this page, you should be able to add these to your channel from here. So like if you click this, easy every time, you should, like, there's this remove from channel, but you should be able to add this to your channel. I didn't realize that's what you meant before about unlocking things. Or I would have explained that. Okay, so now we want to do context.print. And name.name.toString. And then we increment our indices that we're keeping. And then we close out our for loop. It's getting hard to read with these long lines. I should probably split these up. I don't know where is a good spot to split those, but that seems like as good a spot as any at the RGB arguments. I think this is probably going to be easier for you guys to read. There's another way I could format it that might actually be even easier to read. But I think this is a good start. And then this thing, I think I did it. Yeah, that's probably okay. And then put that brace down there. It's not, I don't know. I don't love it, but it all fits on the screen. It doesn't go way off the side anymore. Other people would have to add that to their channels, Red. Not to mention not everyone uses FFC as well. Yeah, you have to add it a channel at a time. That is the downside to FFC, for sure. But, you know, it's better than nothing. If you're like me and you're not even affiliate. Just a nobody on Twitch. So I think I need to add a data type for these menu responses. I don't think I have this yet. They pressed some key, and we need to say match key against virtual key code, escape, item menu result, cancel, item menu result of no response. That was the end of that function. So we've still got to go make that type. Did I miss the instructions for that? I don't think I did. I think they just didn't. They just didn't tell us to make that. I work as a programmer, so I do a lot of coding at work. But on Twitch, I've only just started streaming. This is my third programming stream on Twitch ever. So I would like to do more though. It's been fun. And are these my usual hours? I think this is a little bit later than normal. Like I should probably actually go to bed soon. Probably once I finish up this, well, I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it to the end of this section, but Sundays and Mondays are probably pretty good days for me to stream programming stuff. But I live on the west coast of the US, so this is like 12:30 for me at night. So it's a little on the late side. I shouldn't stay up too much later. Hopefully that answers your question. So then we had no response and cancel. All right, does that compile? Yeah, before this, I like to play old NES games. So my other streams I've done have been of that variety. Gotta do my Mega Man streams. Oh, I misspelled it. 814. Then what other mistakes do we have? Cannot find player. Oh, Pallier entity. Did I make that typo anywhere else? Nope. Cannot find value name in this scope. So it's probably names.name 824. What's the window on the right? This browser? I'm also, hey Steve. I'm following a tutorial for how to use a particular library. So that's this browser window is the tutorial. Okay, what was I? Where was I? Similar name on 824. So this probably just should be names. And then, right, I think it's called partial equality. Oh, it's lowercase derive. Don't drink and derive. Name. Named. It's like how many typos can you pack into one file, like one edit? State declared as private. Yeah, I think I made things pub without even needing to, but let's just make more things pub. I don't see that as a big deal. Cool. Let's run it. Did I actually hook that up? So was it I? Oh, my inventory. Nice, and it's empty, and I can close it. Very cool. Let's kill this orc. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff in this room. We're almost out of health. I don't know if we're going to survive long enough. Oh my god. Why is there so much stuff in here? Oh, and we died. But we can still open our inventory because the death system isn't really implemented. But that's cool. Let's try a different map. That was just bad luck. Oh my god, why does the RNG keep putting everything together? Grab it. Grab it. I would like to change that rendering order. It's kind of weird to lose track of the character, right? Okay, this starts out by using the filter feature of Rust iterators to count all the items in the backpack. It then draws an appropriately sized box, decorates it next to iterates. So, yeah, this bit of code, like, I don't understand why we did this inventory and then didn't use the inventory down here. I believe that code's the same, and so this for loop could actually be over that inventory. I think that's just a suboptimal thing in the code. Yep, see the things you've collected, great. Using items, okay. Now that we can display our inventory, let's make selecting an item actually use it. We'll extend the menu to return both an item, entity, and a result. Okay. Show Steve, I don't know if I gave you a good answer to your question. Alright, so this show inventory now returns the item result and I guess item menu result and an entity. Right. So is that, oh. It's a little bit, so I almost feel like this is the wrong data type. So this item menu result should probably just have an entity, right? So another way to design this would be it can return no response, cancel, or item, which then contains an entity. Like that's probably how I would have designed this. I'm gonna go along with what the tutorial does, just to keep it simple. But I think that would have been a better design, because that's what we're gonna end up doing. Is in the cases where we return something, we're just gonna pair. Yeah, no response, none goes together, and then where's the other one? Selected and selection. Oh, there's even a... Oh, interesting. So there's cancel, no response, and selected. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah. So their choice here seems a little weird. Also, thank you for the follow. My cat looks like she's going to jump up here in a second. Okay, but let's keep going. Let's do this the way the tutorial does it. So that means that when we find the entity, we're going to need to push it. Okay, so what code actually changes? So there's entity, name, backpack, and now we need to get all the entities. I feel a little stabby claws. Well, she kind of wanted attention, but as soon as I tried to grab her, she just like flopped over and was like, "No, don't pick me up." Cats. I don't think he uses ECS for everything. Yeah. That's fair. It seemed like, because like in Rust you can use like algebraic data types, right? And you can, like the way he used the enum feels a lot like the way you would use it in C, right? Because he ends up with an enum where these are just names, but they don't have any fields with data attached to them. And I feel like this is a case where using a field with data attached to it would actually be a little bit more succinct of a design. Because now when we go to check item result, we'll have to check which type of result it is and then check whether this is some or none. But if you did it the other way, you wouldn't need the some or none. So there's like one level that you can get rid of checking, if that makes sense. Part of me is tempted to actually just show you guys the design I have in mind, because I think once you see it, it kind of makes sense. But I also I've found that when I have deviated from this tutorial, it sometimes creates more work for me later. So I was like trying to stick to it a little bit. Okay, so it looks like these lines all stay the same, and then now this is a new line. So mut equipable is a vec of entity. And then I think this filter stayed the same. Yeah, the filter stayed the same. And then all these lines stayed the same. And then print 21. And then, so now we say equipable push. We push that entity. Right, so now here we return a tuple. So this is a case with none. And now we say escape is cancel and none. And now in this case, there's something interesting to be done. But why do we have... I'm making my items as entities with a parent component. Then I can use a system to find all the items that are parented and add up their effects. So a sword could be parented to a player, monster, backpack, or world if lying on ground. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a trade-off with like, if you do that, could you, is the parent unique? That's one question. Like, does your thing allow the parent to be unique? And then the other is, if you just want to quickly find the item, you might need a separate index, right? Otherwise, what do? You like query everything to find it. Whoops, misspelled this. I don't know. I like thinking about it in terms of like not what's right or wrong, but what are the implications, and do those implications match what you want. So it's selected, and then some equipable selection as, this is probably like what, usize? All right, I will be right back. My cat's trying to steal my chair. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make this a little bit wider. Now it all fits. Okay. What was I doing here? So we'll need to write, or no, the library should provide this function, letter to option. And then we say if selection's greater than -1, so -1 must be what it does for not found. So that it should really return an option type. And selection is less than count. So if it's in bounds, then we say return that an item was selected, and here's your thing. Otherwise, we got nothing. Okay. Our call to show inventory is not valid, so we'll fix it up. Great. Where is that? Show inventory. So now we say, right, so let result be so we do that, then we match on the first part of the tuple. If it was cancel, then we're just awaiting input. That makes sense. And if it was no response, then nothing to do. And if they selected something, then there's stuff to do. And what is that stuff? So we're gonna get out the item entity, and then we're gonna pull up our names, get our game log. You try to use something, but it isn't written yet. Okay, I appreciate that. It's a heckin' lot of white space there. And then we're back to waiting for input. Cool. So let's do the waiting for input line first. Bread.exe. Bob, didn't you go to bed? Didn't you go to bread? Let item entity equal result one dot unwrap. Yeah, we're gonna unwrap that option. I guess we know that it's like it has to be some, so that's okay. If we refactor our code, it could stop being true, but that would be hopefully a bug we catch pretty quickly. Self.ecs.fetch mut. Fetch the game log from that, and then game log dot entries dot insert 0. Format's last theorem. You goof. No, I already used you goof. Loafing on the couch. He must have been loafing around. Heyo. What should we say here instead of you goof? Come on, there's got to be something good to say here, right? Fly, you fools! I don't know. All right, good enough. And then we need names get item entity, and then so we gotta unwrap that and get the name. All right, I'm missing my parens are off, right? Because that should be like that. Okay. We're good. We're good. And then our run state is awaiting input. And then we don't need that if anymore, but we do need to close that bracket. And we've matched all the cases, so that code must be good. If you try and use an item in your inventory now, you'll get a log entry that you can't that you try to use it, but we haven't written that bit of code yet. That's a start. Once again, we want generic code so that eventually monsters might use potions. We're going to cheat a little while all items are potions and just make a potion system. We'll turn it into something more useful later. So we'll start by creating an intent component. The wants to drink. There was wants to pick up, right? here we are. Maybe after that, yeah. Derive, component, debug, pubstruct wants to drink the potion. Wants to eat the spam, maybe? Because we don't have potions, we have spam. It's late, cats are bored, they're like, human, we had our nap, it's playtime again. Potion use system type. We got our big fat system data again. Entities. Yeah, totally, Luke. I'm probably not going to stay up much longer either. I was, like, I kind of wanted to finish this section, but I should maybe stop soon. Because it's actually kind of long. Because there's this thing, render order, like, there's a lot of things I want to get done with this, but I think, yeah, I should probably stop too. And how long have I been live too? Because I've been trying to keep these to about 4-hour sessions, and I'm actually pushing 5, so I actually might stop. Let me finish coding up this system data and look for somebody to host. It's getting late. Wants to eat spam, right? Yeah. 440, yeah. That is correct. Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. I mean that in the generic sense of man. I don't know if you're man, woman, child, mutant, whatever. What did we call them potions? I don't think we called them potions, did we? We call it spam? Yeah, we call it spam. See, I'm getting a little tired too. You can like tell because I'm like, what did we do 5 minutes ago? Combat stats. Let me just write the prototype for this, see that it compiles. And then finish it later. Because cool thing about Rust is you can say unimplemented and bam, it'll compile, but if you ever call it, it'll crash. Oh yeah, let's fix these errors. Not found in the scope at 853. 853. Oh, why don't... Aha! I'm missing something right here. So I was supposed to say entities, right? And then I'm supposed to say entity. Let me double check, but I think that's what that code is supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, so does that mean I was going to use... Oh, I was just supposed to push it. Do you write... You know, the only time I use it lately is at work, and I haven't had a project at work that uses it for a while, but I'm on one now that will use it eventually. We're building kind of a cool compiler. we're supposed to compile Julia to run on secure computation backends like garbled circuits. You might have heard of garbled circuits. Right now we're just in like the planning phases for what the compiler is going to be. Non-scope should be the spam. Wait, did I make a potion use system? Oh, it's the once to eat spam system. Or no, I missed something in this tutorial. Let me see. Potion use system. Did I just wants to drink potion? Oh, I just missed a line. That's all. Pub struct spam. We'll call it the spam eat system. Yep, that's where I'm at. Expected a thing. Probably a semicolon right there. Yeah, so I think it's going to be kind of a cool project, but it's like kind of a slow start because the first expected tuple, so that's at 868. The first whole year of it is just designing the thing. Oh, I thought, did I not fix this one? And so like for right now, figuring out like what compiler transformations we need to use. We've just been having to do them all by hand, and it turns out doing compiler transformations by hand is actually kind of hard. Why can't I move? Why are my moves getting canceled? That was weird. Okay. Oh, there was an enemy and a potion. Okay. That's why that was confusing. Cool. So I think I'm going to stop there though. That's almost 5 hours of almost 5 hours of working on this. So this, I've complained a little bit about like, oh, I wouldn't write this way, and like, oh, there's this bug, but like despite those things, this tutorial is actually really cool and like one of the more complete like make a game tutorials that I've ever seen. You know, just to give you a sense of the table of contents. So this is my third session at about 4 hours a session. So I'm like 12 hours into this, right? And I'm only at 1.8. And like all the code's available. Like I'm just typing in the code. I'm just translating it, right? And then running it and fixing bugs here and there. And after 12 hours of working on it, I'm only this far into the tutorial, which is probably like halfway-ish. I don't know what the stretch goals chapter is like. It might be more or less involved per section, but like, you know, I've done a little over half of these. So it's, like, I have to say, it's pretty cool. Like, it's not perfect. And there's typos occasionally, but like, it's been fun. And like, I've learned a lot about how this library works. So that's all very cool. Let me find somebody to host up. I don't know. Oh, Colette's not done with her Hollow Knight, so I think we should head over there. Unless there's, maybe I should see real quick if there's programming, if people are doing programming, because keep you guys on programming. But I'll probably host up Colette otherwise. Yeah, you guys, everybody likes Hollow Knight, right? Gonna stream some coding, but didn't get it set up. Yeah, it's been fun actually. So the one thing I've been trying to do is have some structured thing that I want to get done, so that the stream doesn't just devolve into me debugging some minutia, right? Do some randomizer debugging on stream. Yeah, see, that'd be cool. Like something structured like that, I think is a good way to do it. I want to make a Mega Man 1 through 6 condom randomizer. I don't think that's what I want to make. I want to make a Mega Man 1 through 6 combo randomizer, but it's a daunting task. It's on the wrong computer. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, OBS works best in Windows. Like, it works in Linux, but I don't know. If you've got Wayland going on, it's going to break and all kinds of things like that, right? But yeah, the Mega Man 1 through 6 combo randomizer is like really daunting because I think I'm basically going to have to understand their game engine well enough to like recode it, because I think the different games have slightly different data formats and like they have different bugs and different subtleties, and getting all of that to work in one engine is probably going to be quite difficult. Oh yeah, the Windows subsystem for Linux with Emacs. Ah. You need to scale all the levels. Well, yeah, that's a thought. That's certainly something I've thought about, and it's probably where I'm going to start. There's also a there's a ROM hack that fixes a lot of the stuff that I have on like my to-do list to read through the patch that they apply to the game to make the ROM hack work. Because I don't know which engine they're using, but it uses content from a bunch of different games successfully, and it fixes the bugs in a bunch of games. So like it seems like a really good place to start from if I can figure out their stuff. But I thought one of the first things I might do with that is just see if I can sample, like, take something like Mega Man 6 and patch out the bugs. Like, I don't like the way sliding works in 6, but I do like a lot of other things about 6. So take that game and then see if you can bring in all 6 RoboMasters from Mega Man 1 and just like put them in fixed places in the game and then see if they work correctly. I think just that much should be like a huge test of how it works, because their AI is going to look at memory values, and I guess the question is like, how do you compose those ROMs so that when that code goes to look at memory values, it looks at the thing it's supposed to look at, right? And figuring out the games well enough to do that is going to be tricky. I think a lot of the data, you probably just have to understand like what the data is representing between the two games and then just like translate it. One thing I wanted to look at is like you can make a ROM that has like I think the mapper that Dragon Warrior 4 uses is like one of the largest mappers on the console, and I bet you that mapper can hold all 6 Mega Man games, which would help, I think. Because then if you could put them all in the address space and then just patch it up to just use some of the content, I think you'd be really good. Heck, that's even tough in the same game. I moved Carmine into Kolbesk's 2 spot and he immediately ran off the screen. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know when I'm actually going to work on that combo randomizer because it's just such a huge, daunting task. But that's definitely on my list of things I want to do. I hope to get to a point with this where I can play around with different pathing algorithms and get like something that's really efficient and like incremental in an interesting way. If I can do that, then I hope to like present it to Toady and be like, here's a thing Dwarf Fortress could consider if you're interested, and just see what he says. I mean, he might not care. He might be like, who are you? Which is fine. You know, people probably make all kinds of random suggestions about Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, I think I'm gonna host up Colette. Go enjoy some late night Hollow Knight or early morning. I don't know what time zone people are in. Some of you might be early morning. Thanks for watching, everybody. I had a lot of fun. These programming streams have been pretty good. So, have a good night.